had been working nonstop for almost a year. City life was wearing me down. Traffic, noise, people everywhere, always needing something, always wanting to talk. I just wanted to hear silence again. The kind of silence you only get deep in the woods where no cars pass by, no phones buzz, no lights blink. I wanted to sit with my own thoughts and not be interrupted. That was the entire reason I found this cabin. It wasn't even my cabin. A coworker had mentioned it once in passing. He said it belonged to his uncle or cousin, something like that, and that it was way out near a lake in northern Michigan. He told me the cabin didn't have electricity or running water, just a wood stove and a nearby well. That was exactly what I needed. He gave me the directions and said I could use it if I wanted, as long as I locked up before I left and didn't trash the place. I packed light, just enough clothes for a week, a basic first aid kit, a sleeping bag, a small cooler, a hunting knife, a hatchet, and a bunch of canned food and bottled water. I also brought a notebook, a couple of paperbacks, and a portable solar battery pack to keep my phone alive just in case. I didn't plan on using it much. I left on a Monday morning. I drove for hours, first through suburbs, then two-lane highways, then finally onto long stretches of gravel roads that cut through endless rows of pine trees. I followed the directions carefully. I passed a rusted green mailbox that leaned at an angle. I turned right at a bent stop sign that looked like it had been hit years ago and never fixed. Eventually, I saw a clearing on my left that opened into a narrow path. I almost missed it. The trail was overgrown but still drivable. It led about 100 yards into the trees before it opened into a small clearing where the cabin sat. It looked just like I imagined. Wooden, single-story with a porch that wrapped around one side. The roof was shingled but aged, the kind of gray-black color you see on old barns. A short set of steps led up to the front door. The windows were covered by dusty shutters, and vines had started climbing one side. A pile of firewood leaned against the side, partly dry, partly damp. A metal chimney stuck out from the roof like a straw. It was perfect. The first day was uneventful. I unloaded the car and took a walk around the property. The nearest road was at least a mile back, and I didn't see any tire tracks besides mine. No other cabins nearby. The air smelled like dirt, pine needles, and moss. I walked down to the lake, which was maybe 5 minutes from the cabin, downhill through a slope thick with brush and saplings. The lake was still and mirror-like. No boats, no ducks, just water, trees, and the sound of wind moving through the branches. I stood there for a while before walking back. That night, I built a small fire in the wood stove and heated a can of beans. I read for an hour by headlamp and went to sleep early. The silence was strange at first. Not scary, just unfamiliar. I kept hearing twigs snapping outside, probably squirrels or raccoons, maybe a deer. I reminded myself that I wanted this, and I did. I felt peaceful. The second day, I explored a little further. There was a trail that led around the edge of the lake. It wasn't marked, but it looked like animals had been using it for years. I followed it for a while and saw signs of deer, tracks, droppings, a small antler that had been shed and chewed on. I walked until I started getting tired, then turned back. I cooked again that night, ate, read, and slept. It wasn't until the third day that things started to feel off. I had been chopping wood behind the cabin, working up a sweat in the cold air. The hatchet bounced more than it bit, and the logs were wet inside. I had just finished splitting a piece when I noticed something. A boot print. It was faint, but definitely not mine. It was too small. It looked like maybe a woman's boot or a small man's. Narrower than mine and with a tread pattern I didn't recognize. It was pressed into a patch of soft mud near the tree line, not far from where I had dumped some food scraps. At first, I figured it might have been old. Maybe my coworker's cousin had been up here recently. I didn't think much of it at the time. I went back inside, made lunch, and forgot about it. That night, I heard something outside around midnight. It was quiet at first, just a soft scraping sound, like something brushing against the side of the cabin. Then a thud. I sat up in my sleeping bag and listened. Another thud, louder. It was coming from the side near the porch. I reached for my flashlight and aimed it at the window. I didn't see anything. I got up slowly, moved to the front door, and pressed my ear against it. Nothing. I unlocked the door, stepped outside, and shined the light around. The beam caught the woods, the edge of the clearing, and part of the trail. Nothing moved. I checked the side of the cabin. Nothing there either. I walked the perimeter just once and went back inside. I told myself it was probably a branch that had fallen or maybe an animal rooting through the firewood. It still felt off. The next morning, I found a scratch on the side of the cabin near the porch. It looked like something had scraped down the wood. 3 long marks that weren't deep but fresh. The paint had flaked off where the wood was exposed. It didn't look like claw marks. It looked like something metal had done it. A knife, maybe. That was the first time I felt my stomach tighten. I walked the area again. I found another boot print, fresher this time, and it was facing the cabin. I followed it, and a few more appeared, spaced out like someone had been walking slowly. Then they disappeared into the pine needles. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I kept the hatchet nearby and left the firewood inside the front door. I didn't go down to the lake or out on the trail. I didn't want to be away from shelter. Every time I heard something, a crack of wood, a gust of wind, I felt myself tense up. I tried to read, but I couldn't focus. I barely ate. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up to sounds, real ones this time. Light footsteps on the porch, something brushing the windows. At one point, I heard the doorknob rattle. Just once. Not hard, like someone was testing it. I didn't move. I lay in my sleeping bag with the hatchet on my chest, staring at the ceiling, trying to breathe quietly. The fire had gone out, and the room was cold. I waited for the sun. By the 5th day, I had made up my mind to leave. I didn't know if someone was messing with me, trying to scare me off, or if it was something worse. I wasn't going to stick around to find out. I packed quickly, throwing everything back into the car. I skipped breakfast, didn't clean up. I was done. I locked the cabin door out of habit and started the engine. That's when I realized. There were deep tire tracks next to mine on the trail, fresh ones, from a different vehicle. Mine had made only one set of tracks coming in. These new ones were next to mine for part of the way, then veered off into the trees. Someone had driven in during the night and parked off the trail. I backed out fast, tires spinning a bit in the mud. I followed the trail out to the main road, trying not to look in the rearview mirror too often. I kept thinking I would see a truck pull out behind me, or maybe someone standing in the trees. But there was nothing, just miles of woods and the gravel road ahead. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. Later that night, when I was finally home, I checked my phone. I hadn't looked at it much while I was out there. I saw I had no new messages, but there was one picture in my camera roll that I didn't take. It was a photo of me, asleep in the sleeping bag, taken from the doorway of the cabin. I stared at it for a long time. It was blurry and dark, but there was no mistaking it. It was me, lying there with the headlamp still on my chest and the book next to me. The door in the photo was cracked open just enough to see in. That was the worst part. Realizing that someone had opened the door while I was asleep, taken the photo, and closed it again. They had been inside the cabin. I didn't tell anyone about the cabin or what happened. I never told my coworker I used it. I never went back, and I don't plan to. I started sleeping with the lights on for a while. I got new locks for my apartment, even though I live on the 3rd floor. I keep the windows shut tight now, even in summer. It wasn't ghosts or monsters. It was something worse. It was a real person, and whoever they were, they didn't want me there. They wanted me to know I was never alone. I don't like talking about that weekend anymore. I don't tell people what happened, and I've done everything I can to forget most of it. But sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking about that cabin, that ridge, and the man who stood there watching me. I don't know what he wanted. I don't even know if I ever saw his face clearly, but I can still see him when I close my eyes. I see the outline of his body, standing on that rocky hill above the cabin, always looking down, always watching. Sometimes I think he's still out there. It started on a Friday in late September. I had rented a small, off-grid cabin deep in the mountains of northern Idaho. I had found it online, a listing with grainy pictures and a paragraph of information. It wasn't much. Just a single room with a small bathroom, a cot, a wood stove, and a small solar panel set up for basic electricity. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, and no nearby neighbors. That was exactly what I was looking for. I had been burned out. Life back home had gotten too loud, too busy. I worked from a computer all day, ate microwaved food, slept poorly, and barely stepped outside. I needed silence. I needed to hear my own thoughts again. That cabin looked perfect. It was isolated, simple, and surrounded by nothing but thick woods and steep hills. I drove out there in a beat-up Subaru I'd borrowed from a friend. The last few miles were rough, mostly gravel and dirt, barely wide enough for one vehicle. The road twisted and climbed, cut deep through pine trees that closed in tightly on both sides. I remember how quiet it was even with the windows rolled down.
No Birdsong.
Just the crunch of tires on gravel and the soft rustling of trees swaying in the wind. The cabin was tucked into a little clearing maybe 100 yards from a small creek. It sat at the base of a ridge, rocky and uneven, covered in sparse trees and long grass. The ridge rose sharply behind the cabin like a wall. From the top, you could probably see everything in the valley. When I pulled up, I got out and stretched, taking in the quiet. Felt good at first. Clean, fresh air. The smell of pine and dirt. Just the faint bubbling of the creek nearby. It was the kind of silence that felt real, like you could breathe better in it. I unloaded my gear. Mostly dry food, water containers, a sleeping bag, a lantern, a few tools, and a small folding chair. Inside the cabin was just like the photos. Simple and a little run down, but nothing alarming. There were no signs of recent use, and everything was where it should be. That first night was calm. I lit a fire in the stove and sat outside in the folding chair until it got too cold. The stars came out clear and sharp, no light pollution out there. I remember feeling like I'd made a good choice. I even slept well, which I usually don't do in unfamiliar places. But the second day, things started to feel different. It started with small things. Around mid-morning, I was sitting outside, sipping instant coffee from a metal cup, when I heard something from the ridge behind me. It was just a sound, rocks shifting maybe, or branches snapping. It didn't seem odd at first. There were animals out here. Deer, raccoons, maybe the occasional bear. I turned around, squinting up at the ridge, but didn't see anything. Just the slope rising sharply behind the cabin, scattered with gray boulders and tall grass. It didn't even bother me then. I hiked around a bit that day, following the creek upstream. I wanted to get some pictures and maybe fish a little. I didn't catch anything, but I got some nice shots of the landscape. I was gone for a couple hours at most. When I came back, I noticed something strange. The folding chair I'd left leaning against the cabin was now about 5 feet away from where I'd put it. It was turned around too, like someone had been sitting in it facing the trees. I stood there for a while, just looking at it, trying to figure out if maybe the wind had pushed it, or if I'd forgotten where I put it. But the wind hadn't been strong, and I knew where I'd left it. Still, I tried not to let it bother me. I picked it up and put it back. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept waking up, listening. I didn't hear anything for a long time, but I felt something. It's hard to explain. The kind of feeling you get when someone's watching you, even if you can't see them. It made the cabin feel smaller somehow, like the walls weren't thick enough, like I was being seen through them. Around 3 in the morning, I got up to pee. There was a small outhouse about 20 feet from the cabin. I brought a flashlight and stepped outside. The air was cold, and the ground crunched softly under my boots. The trees looked taller at night, darker. I remember feeling like I was being too loud, like every step I took echoed. When I got to the outhouse, I turned around and scanned the ridge again with my light. Nothing, just jagged rocks and tall grass. But as I turned back toward the cabin, I caught something in the edge of my light. Something tall, standing just above the ridgeline. I snapped the flashlight back toward it, but it was already gone. Just like that, I stared hard at the ridge, my heart pounding. My breath came out in visible clouds. I waited, flashlight shaking slightly in my hand. Nothing moved.
No sounds.
No sign of what I'd seen. I told myself it was a trick of the light, my imagination. I've been alone too long already. I finished what I was doing and went back inside, locking the door behind me even though it felt stupid to do so out there. The next day, I didn't leave the cabin. I stayed inside mostly, only stepping out once or twice. I kept checking the ridge. It was starting to feel like a threat, that rise of land behind me. It felt like something could be up there anytime. Looking down, I started noticing small things again, like how the rocks up there seemed to shift slightly between each time I looked, like someone had moved them. I looked for footprints around the cabin but didn't find any. The ground was mostly dry and hard-packed. Still, I felt watched. That night, I didn't sleep much at all. I kept the lantern on until the battery started to die, and even then, I only let it go completely dark when I couldn't take the brightness anymore. At one point, I swear I heard breathing. Not mine. It was near the wall behind the cot. Deep, steady breathing. But when I stood up and pressed my ear to the wood, it stopped. By the fourth day, I had made up my mind. I was going to leave. I didn't care if I'd paid for a full week. I wasn't going to stay out there any longer. I packed my gear, loaded it in the car, and gave the cabin one last look. I didn't lock it. I didn't clean up. I just wanted to get out. But when I tried to start the car, nothing happened. No click, no sound at all. The battery was dead. I popped the hood and checked the terminals. Everything looked fine. I checked the cables, tapped the battery, tried again. Nothing. My phone was still useless, no signal and only 12% battery left. I had no way to call for help. The nearest town was about 25 miles away, and the road out was rough and hilly. I didn't have a bike or even proper hiking boots. I sat in the car for a while, just thinking. I felt stuck, like I was trapped there by something. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the corner of the cabin with a hatchet in my lap and a lantern lit beside me. I kept hearing noises outside, soft steps in the grass, breathing again, something brushing against the wall. Around 2 a.m., I saw him clearly for the first time. He was standing at the top of the ridge, barely visible in the moonlight. Tall, broad-shouldered, not moving, just watching. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't see his face, but I could tell he was looking directly at me. I turned off the lantern and crouched low. I stayed like that for hours, watching the ridge, waiting for him to move. But he didn't. Not once. He just stood there, silent and still. Sometime after dawn, he was gone. That was when I snapped. I packed everything again, stuffed what I could into my backpack, and started walking. I left the rest behind. I followed the gravel road, heading downhill, moving fast. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. About 6 hours later, I came across a utility truck parked at the side of the road with 2 workers replacing a power line pole. I must have looked like hell. They gave me a ride back to the nearest town. I didn't tell them much, just that my car had broken down and I'd gotten lost. I never went back for the car. I reported it stolen weeks later and paid off the friend I'd borrowed it from. That was 8 months ago. I live in the city now. I don't go hiking anymore. I don't go camping. I don't even walk in the woods. I keep my windows closed at night and my doors locked all the time. And sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night and look out through the blinds, I imagine seeing him again, standing there at the edge of the street or behind the trees, watching, always watching. I don't know who he was. I don't know how long he had been up on that ridge or why he never came closer. I don't know if he was living out there or if he had followed me. All I know is that he was real as the cold air, the dirt under my boots, the dead battery, and the terror I felt in that cabin. It wasn't a ghost story. I still remember that trip like it was yesterday, even though it happened years ago. It's something I can't forget no matter how much I want to. The details are burned into my mind. The feeling of cold air biting at my skin, the smell of wet wood and pine, the sound of branches snapping in the dark, and the dread that settled into my chest so heavily I thought I might never shake it off. It was supposed to be a simple trip, a weekend in a cabin deep in the woods to get away from the noise of the city and the stress of everyday life. I was craving peace and quiet, and I figured no one would bother me there. But what I found was something else entirely. something that made me question everything I thought I knew about being alone in the wilderness. I arrived late afternoon, driving up a narrow dirt road that twisted through dense trees. The sun was already starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows over everything. The forest was thick with tall pines and oaks, their branches tangled and reaching out like fingers. The air smelled like wet earth and pine needles, fresh but heavy with the scent of decay from fallen leaves and rotting wood. The cabin sat in a small clearing, just big enough for a few cars, but it was mostly hidden by trees and thick underbrush. It looked old but sturdy, logs stacked tightly, windows covered with grime, and a porch that creaked under any weight. I stepped out of my car and felt the weight of silence pressing in on me. No birds, no insects, no wind moving through the trees, just silence. It was unnerving at first, like the woods were holding their breath. I grabbed my backpack and flashlight, locking the car behind me. The cabin door was heavy and rough, the wood splintered around the edges, but it opened with a long creak. Inside, the air was cold and damp, smelling like mold and old wood. Dust floated in the flashlight beam, settling on a thick layer of dead leaves and dirt across the floor. The cabin was small, a single room with a stove in the corner, a rickety table covered in dust, and a couple of wooden chairs. There was a narrow bed with a stained mattress pushed against one wall, and a small window that looked out into the trees. The ceiling was low, with dark beams that looked like they might collapse under a heavy load of snow or rain. There was no electricity or running water, just an old kerosene lamp sitting on the table, half filled with fuel. I unpacked my sleeping bag and some food, trying to make the place feel a little less hostile. I lit the lamp and stove, hoping to get some warmth, but the cold seemed to seep from the very walls. As the light from outside faded, the cabin became a small island of light surrounded by an ocean of dark trees. The sounds of the forest started up, the faint rustle of leaves, the distant cry of a bird, the occasional snap of a twig. But something felt off. I couldn't explain it at first, but the noises didn't sound quite right. They were too random, too sharp. Sometimes it was like footsteps crunching just outside the cabin, but when I shone my flashlight into the trees, nothing was there. I told myself it was just animals, maybe a deer or a raccoon. I tried to ignore it, focusing on unpacking and making a small fire in the stove. That night, the wind picked up and started howling through the trees, rattling the windows and shaking the cabin. The light from the lamp flickered, and I felt the temperature drop even more. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around me and lay on the mattress, eyes fixed on the ceiling. The darkness outside was thick and endless. I tried to calm myself, thinking about the next day's hike and the peaceful solitude I'd come for. But then I heard it, a soft, slow scratching sound, coming from somewhere outside. It was low and steady, like something scraping against the wood or the ground. I froze, heart pounding. The scratching went on for a long time, then stopped abruptly. I waited, holding my breath, but heard nothing else. I got up and checked all the windows and doors, making sure they were locked. The scratches didn't happen again that night, but the fear stayed with me. The next morning, I woke early, the cold air biting through the thin walls of the cabin. I started a fire in the stove, boiling water for coffee, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling from the night before. Outside, the forest was bright and alive. Birds were singing, and the sun filtered down through the trees in golden beams. I took a long walk around the clearing, checking the perimeter. The ground was soft and damp, with footprints in the mud. Mine from the day before, and another set, larger and muddier, that I didn't recognize. I followed the tracks for a while, but they disappeared into thick underbrush. I felt a cold sweat break out on my back. Whoever or whatever had made those prints had been close to the cabin, maybe the night before. I kept telling myself it was an animal, maybe a bear or a wild boar, but the prints looked different. They were too big, and the shape wasn't quite right for any animal I knew. That day, I tried to keep busy, hiking, gathering wood, and checking the cabin for anything out of place. But every time I looked into the trees, I thought I saw movement just beyond the edge of my vision. Shadows shifting between the trunks, like someone watching me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The forest was supposed to be empty except for me, but something felt wrong. As the day wore on, the temperature dropped again, and the sky grew overcast. I hurried back to the cabin before it got dark, carrying a heavy pile of wood to keep the stove burning. I locked the door and windows, bolted everything I could, and sat close to the fire. The silence outside was thick and heavy, broken only by the occasional snap of a branch or the rustle of leaves. Then I heard it again, the slow, steady scratching, coming from just outside the door. I stood up, flashlight in hand, shining it on the dark wood. The scratches stopped. I held my breath, listening for any other sound. Then I heard a low growl, quiet but clear. My heart jumped into my throat. The growl came again, closer this time, followed by heavy breathing. I moved to the door, trying to see past the small window. The beam of the flashlight caught a pair of glowing eyes staring back at me. I froze, panic rising. The eyes blinked slowly, then disappeared into the dark. The scratching started again, faster this time, like claws scraping against the wood. I grabbed a heavy piece of firewood, ready to defend myself if I had to. The sounds circled the cabin, moving around the perimeter, but never coming into view. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made me jump: the wind, the branches, the distant calls of animals. I kept the fire burning bright and stayed close to the door. At one point, I heard something heavy hit the cabin roof, like a large animal jumping or falling. The roof creaked and groaned, but didn't collapse. I wondered what was out there, just beyond the walls, waiting. The next morning, I found deep scratches gouged into the wood of the door and walls. The marks were long and jagged, as if made by large claws. I checked the windows and found one had been broken, the glass cracked but still in place. I realized the creature or person outside had tried to get in. Fear mixed with a strange anger. How had I not seen this coming? Why was I so unprepared? I spent the day trying to reinforce the cabin. I piled wood and heavy furniture against the doors and windows, trying to block any possible entry points. I collected rocks and sharpened sticks, preparing makeshift weapons. I knew I couldn't just wait for help. I was miles from the nearest town with no cell signal, and no one knew where I was. That night, the attacks came again. Scratches and bangs against the walls, the roof, the windows. Heavy footsteps circling the cabin, close enough that I could hear the breathing. The glowing eyes appeared again outside the window, watching. I held the firewood tightly, ready to strike if the door broke down. Hours passed like this, the night stretching endlessly. At dawn, everything stopped. The forest went quiet again, the sun rising over the trees. The scratches and marks on the cabin were worse than before, but I was still inside, alive. I decided then I couldn't stay any longer. The cabin was a trap. I packed what I could carry, snatched a knife and flashlight, and slipped out quietly before the creature returned. I followed a small creek downhill, hoping it would lead me to a road or a trail. The hike was rough. The forest was dense, with thick underbrush and fallen trees blocking the way. My legs ached, and my breath came hard in the cool morning air. I kept looking back, expecting to see those glowing eyes following me, but there was nothing, only silence. After hours of walking, I finally heard the faint sound of cars and voices. I pushed through the last thicket and came out onto a narrow road. I followed it until I found a small town where I could finally call for help. Looking back now, I realized what happened was not a ghost story or some fairy tale. It was real. I don't know what exactly was out there, whether it was a wild animal, a desperate person, or something else, but I know it was dangerous. That cabin was no refuge. It was a trap waiting for someone careless enough to stay. I never went back. I want you to imagine a cold, damp autumn in the mountains, the kind of cold that creeps in through the walls and settles into your bones. The leaves had all turned shades of brown and orange, rustling under my feet as I walked the uneven dirt path that led to the cabin. This was my first solo trip in years, a break from the city and all its noise. I had wanted peace, fresh air, time to think, a chance to clear my mind and remember what it felt like to be alone without distraction. The cabin was old, Not the kind with fancy amenities or power hookups, but a small wooden structure, built sometime long ago, probably by some family that wanted a weekend getaway or a hunting spot. The roof was shingled, but some shingles were missing or loose. The windows were dirty and clouded with dust and grime, and a rusty latch held the front door closed. No electricity, no running water, just an outhouse a few feet from the back door. I liked that. I wanted to be disconnected. I brought a gas lantern, plenty of wood for the small stove inside, canned food, bottled water, and my backpack with clothes and a sleeping bag. I was prepared for anything except what actually happened. The first day was quiet, peaceful even. I set up my bed near the stove, stacked wood carefully to keep the fire going, and explored the area. The forest around was dense, mostly pine and maple with thick underbrush. Birds chirped occasionally, and the wind whispered through the trees. It was just me, the forest, and that old cabin. I felt a strange comfort in the silence. As evening approached, I started a fire in the stove. The heat slowly warmed the small cabin. I sat near the fire, reading an old paperback I had packed, drinking lukewarm coffee from a thermos. Outside, the light faded quickly. The cabin's shadows grew long and deep, twisting across the floor and walls. I wasn't scared yet. The isolation felt like a balm. Night settled fully, and I went to sleep wrapped tightly in my sleeping bag. Outside, the wind picked up and rattled the window panes. Occasionally, a branch would scrape the roof, or an animal would shuffle through the underbrush. I heard a distant howl, probably a coyote or a wolf. It didn't bother me, not yet. But in the middle of the night, I woke suddenly. The cabin felt different. The silence was gone, replaced by an almost unbearable stillness, like the forest was holding its breath. The fire in the stove had died down to embers, and the room was cold. I felt an uneasy tightness in my chest. I sat up and tried to listen carefully. At first, I heard nothing but my own breathing and the creaks of the cabin settling. Then, from outside, a faint noise, something dragging slowly across the ground near the cabin. I held my breath, every muscle tense. The sound was irregular but steady, like someone or something moving cautiously, trying not to be heard. I wanted to tell myself it was an animal, maybe a deer caught in a snare, or a raccoon searching for food. But the noise kept coming closer, moving around the back of the cabin, then stopping. There was a soft scratching sound on the wooden siding, almost deliberate. I checked my backpack for the flashlight, and my hands trembled. The batteries had been fresh, but now the beam was weak and flickered. I wanted to stand and look outside, but fear rooted me to the spot. My mind raced. Was it a wild animal? A bear? That seemed unlikely given the dragging sound. Could it be a person? I had told no one exactly where I was. My phone had no signal. No one would be able to hear me if something bad happened. The sound stopped altogether. Then after a long moment, I heard something different. A soft thud on the roof. Then another and another, slow and deliberate. My heart pounded painfully in my chest. I stayed frozen, hoping it would pass. The thudding stopped suddenly, replaced by an eerie silence so thick I could hear my own pulse in my ears. I waited, minutes ticking by. The cold crept back inside. The fire was out, and I realized I hadn't moved. I finally forced myself to get up. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet. I grabbed the lantern and lit it, the warm orange glow filling the room. I checked the stove and refilled it with wood, rekindling the fire. Despite the warmth, my skin felt clammy, sweat and cold mixing. I walked cautiously to the window and peered out into the darkness. The beam of my flashlight barely cut through the trees, but I saw nothing. No movement, no shapes, just empty forest. I tried to convince myself I was imagining things. The wind could have made the thuds. Animals could have dragged branches. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching, waiting just out of sight. The night dragged on. I stayed close to the fire, keeping the lantern burning. I checked every door and window, locking and bolting them where I could. I barely slept, dozing off in short bursts and waking to every noise. My nerves were frayed, every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves making me jump. At dawn, The cold light of early morning filled the cabin. I stepped outside carefully, looking around the cabin and the immediate area. The ground was soft and damp, covered with fallen leaves. Near the back of the cabin, I saw long, deep scratches on the wooden siding, claw marks, fresh and raw. The paint was chipped and splintered. My stomach turned. These weren't from a small animal. They were large, angry marks made by something strong. I scanned the woods again, but saw nothing. I decided to pack up as quickly as I could. I didn't want to stay another night. I ate a quick breakfast, stoked the fire to keep warm while I packed, and checked my gear twice. As I pulled on my boots, I heard it. A low, guttural growl coming from the edge of the forest, not far from the cabin. It was deep and throaty, not like a wolf or coyote I'd heard before. It froze me in place. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I grabbed my backpack and hurried to the path leading out. The growling stopped abruptly as I took the first steps away from the cabin. The walk back to my car was tense. I kept looking over my shoulder, every shadow seeming to move. The forest felt alive, watching me. When I finally reached the gravel road, I ran the last stretch, slipping in mud but not caring. I got into my car, locked the doors, and started the engine. As the headlights lit up the road behind me, I caught a glimpse of something large and dark standing at the tree line, watching me leave. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away. When I finally got cell service, I called a ranger station and reported the cabin's condition and the strange noises. Later, I learned the area had seen several reports of a large, unknown predator roaming the forests. Not a bear, not a wolf, something bigger and more aggressive. Rangers advised caution and warned visitors to stick to marked trails and never camp alone in that part of the mountain. I never went back to that cabin or even near that forest again. The experience left me shaken but also grateful to be alive. Sometimes the wilderness hides things that are better left undisturbed. Not ghosts or monsters from stories, but real dangers, wild animals, or maybe something we don't understand yet. That trip taught me respect for the wild and the unknown. It taught me that isolation can be peaceful, but it can also be terrifying when you realize you are completely alone with forces beyond your control. And sometimes the scariest things are not made up. They are real, waiting quietly in the dark. I hadn't planned to go alone. Usually, when I went camping or stayed in a cabin, I would go with friends or family. But this time, something inside me told me I needed to be alone for a while, to clear my head, get away from the noise of the city, and just think. So I packed my things, made sure I had enough food, water, and supplies, and drove for hours until I reached a small dirt road that led deep into the woods. The cabin was old. Not in a bad way, but you could tell it had been built decades ago. It stood quietly among tall pine trees, with moss growing on the roof and walls. A narrow path led from the small parking spot to the front door. The air smelled fresh but damp, with the earthy scent of wet leaves and pine needles underfoot. I opened the door, and the quiet inside was almost overwhelming. No electricity, no running water, just the soft creak of the wooden floor and the faint hum of insects outside. I set down my bags and took a deep breath. The room was simple, with a small kitchen area, a wood stove, and a table with 2 chairs. There was a bed in a corner covered with a thick blanket, and a small window looked out over the forest. I could hear the wind moving the trees, birds singing in the distance, and the occasional crack of a branch falling. It was peaceful, but also a little lonely. After unpacking, I went outside. The sun was starting to set, casting long orange shadows across the trees. The forest seemed alive, but in a quiet way, like it was watching me. I walked a little down the path, noticing how the trees got thicker and darker the farther I went. The ground was soft with pine needles, and I could see animal tracks in the dirt. Deer, maybe raccoons. It was the kind of place that felt untouched by time. I collected some dry wood near the edge of the clearing to start a fire later. The sky turned darker, and stars started to peek through the branches. I felt a small thrill. I liked the isolation, the chance to be far away from everything for a few days. But as night fell, that thrill changed to a feeling of being watched. Not by anything supernatural, but by the forest itself, by some kind of quiet, invisible presence. Back inside, I built a fire in the stove. The flames crackled and threw dancing shadows on the walls. I heated some canned soup and ate slowly, listening to the sounds outside. The wind picked up, making the trees sway and the cabin creak. At first, the noises were comforting, a sign that I was alive and in a real place. But then, every small noise felt louder. A twig snapping, a distant howl, the rustling of leaves close to the cabin. I tried to ignore it and went to bed early. I laid under the blanket, feeling the warmth from the fire. But even with the quiet and the soft glow, sleep was hard to find. My mind kept replaying every sound, every shadow outside the window. I told myself it was just the forest being the forest, nothing more. But my heart raced whenever I heard something unexpected. Hours passed. The fire died down to embers, and I thought I might finally drift off. Then I heard it, the soft crunch of footsteps on the path outside. Slow, deliberate, someone walking just beyond the edge of the clearing. I froze, listening hard. The footsteps stopped for a moment, then started again. Closer. I held my breath. I didn't want to look outside. I didn't want to know if it was a person or an animal. But curiosity won. I slowly moved to the window and peeked through the curtain. The moonlight lit up the clearing, but I didn't see anything. The footsteps had stopped. The forest was silent again. I stood there for a long time, waiting, my eyes scanning every shadow. Nothing moved. No shapes, no figures. Only the trees swaying in the wind. I went back to bed, telling myself it was probably a deer or some other animal, maybe even a neighbor checking in. There were other cabins miles away, but I hadn't seen anyone. Sleep came fitfully. I dreamed of being lost in the woods, running from something I couldn't see. When I woke, the sky was pale and gray with early morning fog. I felt tired but decided to get up and start a fire again. I wanted to leave, but I also felt stuck, like something was holding me there. That day, I spent most of the time exploring around the cabin. The forest seemed less threatening in daylight, but I noticed other things. There were fresh footprints in the dirt near the cabin door. Not mine. They were too large and heavy to be animal tracks. I followed them carefully for a short distance. They led into the woods and then stopped abruptly. No other sign of who or what had made them. I didn't tell anyone where I was going before I left, and my phone didn't have signal, so I felt isolated in a way I never had before. The quietness that once seemed peaceful now felt heavy and watchful. I made sure to lock the cabin door every time I left or returned. That night, the noises outside the cabin grew louder. It wasn't just the wind or animals. It was something else. Scraping sounds near the windows, the soft tap of fingers against the wood. I stayed close to the fire, my back to the wall, listening. Sleep was impossible again. At one point, I heard voices, muffled and far away, but human. I wasn't sure if I imagined them or if they were real. The idea that someone could be out there, watching, waiting, scared me more than anything. On the third day, I packed a small bag, ready to leave if I had to. I decided to hike back to the main road and drive home. The forest was thick and difficult to move through, but I stuck to the paths I had noticed before. As I walked, I saw more signs of someone else. Broken branches, a small fire pit made recently, and discarded food wrappers. I realized I wasn't the only person in the woods. Someone had been living nearby or passing through, and that someone might be the one watching me, making the sounds at night. The idea made my skin crawl. I picked up my pace, trying not to panic. The sun was going down again, and I knew I needed to get back to the cabin or the car before it got dark. But the forest seemed endless. Every turn looked the same. I checked my phone for GPS, still no signal. After what felt like hours, I finally reached the dirt road. Relief washed over me. I could see my car parked by the roadside, headlights off and quiet. I ran to it, jumped in, locked the doors and started the engine. On the drive home, my mind replayed everything that had happened. I realized that the fear I had felt wasn't from ghosts or monsters, but from real things, the isolation, the unknown people who might be nearby, the dangers of being alone in the wilderness without help. Back in my apartment, I felt safe but also changed. The woods had taught me how fragile security really is and how quickly peace can turn into fear. I never went back to that cabin. I didn't tell many people about the trip because I didn't want to sound paranoid or weak. But the memory stayed with me, a reminder that some places carry dangers you can't see, and some fears are rooted in reality. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the quiet sounds of the forest, the wind, the footsteps, the tapping, and I remember that cabin deep in the woods, where silence was a warning and the dark held eyes watching just beyond the trees. I wasn't the type of person to do things like this. I had always lived in cities, first in a one-bedroom apartment near the freeway in Oakland, then later in a slightly better place in Portland, but I was still surrounded by the constant movement of traffic, voices outside the windows, music from cars, sirens in the distance, and the dull sound of life happening all around me. I liked that. I had always thought I needed that, but I guess something changed around the start of last fall. I had taken a sabbatical from work, not for anything dramatic, just burnout. I worked in content strategy for a tech company. Most of my work was remote, staring at spreadsheets, writing guidelines, doing meetings over Zoom with people who didn't want to be in the meeting either. After 5 years of that, my brain felt like it was full of static. I told myself I'd take 3 months off to reset, maybe get ahead on some personal writing I had been putting off for years, and just be alone for a while to think. I found the cabin on a website for remote stays. It wasn't Airbnb, but one of those platforms that advertised digital detox experiences and retreats into stillness. The listing said the cabin was in Central Oregon, near a disused Forest Service road that had no regular maintenance. It was one of those off-grid setups with solar panels, water catchment, and a composting toilet. The photos showed a one-room wooden cabin with a covered porch, a desk beside a window, and a wood stove for heat. There was no internet, no phone signal, and barely any furniture. The closest town was almost an hour away. That's what made it perfect, I thought.
No distractions.
No city noise, just me and my thoughts. I booked it for 6 weeks. I didn't tell many people. A few coworkers knew I was taking time off. My sister knew I was going somewhere quiet, but didn't ask many questions. I liked the idea of disappearing a little bit, especially when I didn't have much to say to anyone. The day I left, it was raining steadily in Portland. The drive took me about 5 hours. The last part of it was slow, winding through narrow mountain roads. The forest got thicker the further I went. My phone lost signal before I even reached the last turnoff. From there, I followed the directions the cabin owner had emailed me a week before. The road was really just a wide dirt path with tire grooves and patches of grass in the middle. My Subaru handled it okay, but I had to go slow. I didn't see another car the whole way in. When I finally saw the cabin through the trees, it was just like the photos, maybe smaller in person, but solid looking. The forest around it was dense, with tall pine and fir trees rising up like walls. The place was built on a small clearing, maybe 50 feet wide, and the rest was thick woods in every direction. There were no fences, no paths, and no nearby buildings. You couldn't see the road from the cabin once you parked. It really felt like the middle of nowhere. I brought in my gear, 2 duffel bags, a week's worth of food in coolers, bottled water, a box of books, a sleeping bag, and my laptop. The cabin didn't have running water, but it had a big container for washing up and a water filter for drinking. There was a little propane stove for cooking, and the solar setup worked fine for charging small things. It wasn't luxurious, but it was enough. The only thing that bothered me at first was how quiet it was. I don't mean peaceful quiet, I mean absolute silence. No distant cars, no hum of electricity, not even birds most of the time. Just the wind through the trees and maybe the creak of the wood settling. That first night, I had trouble falling asleep. I thought I wanted silence, but when I got it, it felt like something was missing, like my brain needed the static to keep it from drifting. The first few days passed slow. I read, wrote a little, cooked simple meals. I tried to meditate. I tried to sit still and listen to the forest. There were squirrels sometimes, and I saw a deer one morning standing in the trees behind the cabin, watching me while I drank coffee on the porch. I thought I was starting to settle into the routine of being alone. But after about a week, I noticed small things. I don't mean anything supernatural or dramatic, just things that didn't fit. Things that made me feel observed. One morning, I found small footprints in the mud behind the cabin. They looked like a child's, barefoot, 5 toes clearly outlined. They led toward the tree-line and disappeared into the brush. I crouched over them, staring at them for a while. It had rained the night before, so they were fresh. I hadn't seen anyone since I got there.
No hikers, no campers.
Nothing. The cabin wasn't even near a trail. I told myself it could have been an animal, maybe a raccoon or something, but the shape looked too human. That same day, I realized one of the propane canisters I hadn't used yet was missing from under the porch. I'd brought 4, 2 small ones for the stove and 2 backups. One was just gone. No mess, no sign of it rolling away, just not there. I looked around the area for almost an hour. Nothing. After that, I started locking the cabin door at night. It had a bolt lock, but nothing fancy. The windows didn't lock at all. There weren't any blinds either, so at night, when I had the lanterns on, I always felt like I was sitting inside a lit-up box. And if anyone was outside, they could see everything I was doing while I couldn't see them. A few nights later, I heard something walking around the cabin just after midnight. Not an animal. The steps were slow, spaced out. Not heavy, but definitely 2 feet, not 4. It circled the cabin once, pausing near the front door, then moved off into the woods. I didn't look out the window. I just lay there in my sleeping bag, holding my breath. The floor creaked under me even when I shifted my weight. I didn't want to make a sound. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. In the morning, I found nothing. No prints, no damage. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have signal to call anyone, and the cabin didn't have a landline. I told myself it could have been a deer or something messing with me. But deer don't knock gently on wooden walls. That's what I heard next, tapping. One night later that week, I heard soft tapping on the far wall. Not the door, not the windows, the wall behind the stove, like someone gently knocking. It went on for maybe 2 minutes, then stopped. I stopped going outside at night after that. I stayed in the cabin once the sun went down and kept the lanterns low. I moved the desk in front of the door, not that it would do much, but it made me feel slightly better. I started leaving food in sealed bins inside instead of the porch. Every night, I stayed up longer and longer, listening. By the 3rd week, I knew someone was out there. I wasn't just imagining it. I woke up one morning and found my folding chair gone from the porch. Just gone. No wind that strong. No signs of struggle. No tracks. Then I found my toothbrush about 20 feet into the woods, stuck into the bark of a tree. Not dropped. Wedged in there, upright, like someone had pushed it into a crack on purpose. That's when I started making plans to leave. I packed up most of my things during the day and kept them by the door. I didn't want to drive out in the dark, so I told myself I'd wait one more night and leave first thing in the morning. But that night was the worst. I stayed up until maybe 2 a.m. reading by the lantern. Then I turned it off and lay back in my sleeping bag. I was too wired to sleep. I heard the wind pick up outside, creaking the trees. Then I heard soft steps on the porch. Then the sound of someone breathing, just once. One long, wet exhale like they were standing right outside the door. Then silence again. The worst kind of silence. I didn't move for what felt like hours. I didn't sleep at all. When the light started changing outside, I got up, grabbed my bags, and bolted to the car. I didn't even look around. I didn't eat, didn't make coffee, didn't clean up. I just left. The road out was worse in the daylight. Somehow I hadn't noticed how far into the woods I had driven. Everything looked different. The trees leaned in, branches brushed the sides of my car. I almost got stuck twice. Felt like the road had changed, like it didn't want me to leave. But I kept going, white-knuckled on the wheel, eyes darting to the rear view every few seconds. When I finally saw a real paved road again, I almost cried. I didn't stop driving until I was back in Portland. I checked into a hotel that same night. When I showered, I noticed 3 scratches on the back of my shoulder. Not deep, but red, like from a branch or someone's fingernails. I had no memory of getting them. I emailed the owner of the cabin the next day, just saying I left early and didn't want a refund. I didn't mention anything about what happened. I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want him to think I was crazy. For weeks after that, I kept my curtains closed at night. I left lights on when I slept. I kept a baseball bat next to my bed. I started hearing things and city sounds that reminded me of that cabin. Soft knocking, footsteps, breathing that wasn't mine. I know it's just anxiety. I know that's what people would say. But I also know what I heard. I know what I saw. Someone else was out there. Not a ghost, not a monster. Person who didn't want me there. A person who had been living in those woods long before I. The cabin stood in the middle of a dense forest, far from any roads or towns. I had found it online, a small, rustic place for rent during the fall season. The pictures made it look cozy. Weathered wood, a stone chimney, and windows framed with dark green shutters. Surrounded by towering pine and birch trees, it promised peace and quiet, a break from the city noise and screens. What I wanted most was to disappear for a few days, be alone, think, and rest. I packed carefully, bringing just what I needed: warm clothes, enough food for a week, a first aid kit, a flashlight, and my camera. The nearest store was at least an hour away, so I prepared for self-sufficiency. I also brought a thick book I'd been meaning to read, thinking I would spend long evenings by the fire with a hot cup of tea. The drive out was long and winding, through narrow roads shaded by tall trees. The further I went, the fewer cars I saw. When I arrived, the sun was already low, casting long shadows through the forest. The air smelled fresh, cold with a hint of pine and damp earth. The cabin was exactly as I had expected. The door creaked open, and inside, the smell of old wood and faint smoke lingered. Dust floated in the shafts of light from the windows, settling on the simple furniture. A rough wooden table, a couple of chairs, a bed with a thick quilt, and a small kitchen with a wood stove. It was basic but enough. I spent the first evening unpacking and lighting the stove. The cabin grew warm, the flames crackling as I sat nearby, watching the shadows flicker on the walls. Outside, the forest was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. I felt a calm settle over me, the kind of calm that comes when you are truly away from everything. That first night, I slept with the windows slightly open, letting in the cool night air. I had no trouble falling asleep, though I was aware of how dark it was outside. No streetlights, no passing cars, just endless trees and the black sky. The silence was complete. No crickets or frogs, just the occasional creak of wood settling or a faint wind. I woke once in the night, unsure why. The room was dimly lit by the moon through the window. I heard a soft, rhythmic tapping, like something lightly knocking on the side of the cabin. I told myself it was just a branch moving or maybe a bird. Eventually, the sound stopped, and I went back to sleep. The next few days went by slowly. I explored the nearby forest trails, taking photos of moss-covered rocks, bright red berries, and fallen leaves turning orange and gold. I kept the cabin clean and cooked simple meals. Sometimes I sat outside on the porch, watching the sunlight filter through the trees, listening to the wind. By the third day, something felt different. The forest seemed quieter, too quiet. On my walks, I noticed fewer birds and animals. No squirrels rustled through the leaves. Even the wind was softer, less like a breeze and more like a stillness pressing in. Back at the cabin, I found small signs I hadn't noticed before. The firewood stack near the door had a few logs shifted, not stacked neatly like I left it. I told myself maybe the wind had blown them or a small animal. One afternoon, I heard a crunch on the gravel path outside, like footsteps. I grabbed my flashlight and went outside, shining it around the yard. Nothing was there. No footprints in the dirt. No disturbed leaves, no animals. The forest was still. That evening, I sat near the stove reading. The sun had gone down, and the only light was from the fire. Suddenly, I felt a chill on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. I scanned the windows, but the darkness outside was empty. I tried to shake off the feeling and went to bed early. I slept fitfully, waking often to strange noises outside, branches snapping, leaves rustling. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move past the window, but when I looked again, there was nothing. The next morning, I found something that made my heart race. Near the back of the cabin on the ground were clear footprints, heavy, boot-like impressions in the dirt, leading from the tree line toward the cabin and then away again. They were fresh, the soil was still soft, and the edges hadn't dried. I hadn't heard or seen anyone since I arrived. The nearest road was miles away, and there was no way anyone could have approached quietly without me noticing. I checked the windows and doors, all still locked. I felt exposed. The thought that someone might be nearby, watching me, hiding in the woods was terrifying. I knew I had to stay alert. That night, I barricaded the doors as best I could, stacking some heavy logs near the door frame and putting a chair under the handle. I kept my phone and flashlight close, even though I had limited signal. Around midnight, the sounds started. At first, faint, footsteps on the porch, slow and deliberate. Then something scraped against the wooden siding, sharp and slow, like nails or a stick dragging down the wall. My heart pounded in my chest. I stayed still, breathing shallowly, listening. The noises circled the cabin, sometimes close, sometimes fading away. At one point, I heard a low whisper, too soft to make out words but clear enough to know it was human. I realized I wasn't alone in the woods. Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the door, like someone trying to force it open. I jumped up and grabbed my phone, trying to call for help. No signal. The banging continued, louder and more violent. I remembered the windows, some were small, but I could break one if I had to. I grabbed a heavy metal lamp and prepared to defend myself. The banging stopped. Silence filled the cabin except for my ragged breathing. Then I heard footsteps moving away through the forest. When dawn came, I went outside cautiously. The ground around the cabin was trampled, the firewood knocked over. The footprints were clear, at least 2 different sets, both heavy boots. I packed quickly, determined to leave. As I loaded my things into the car, I noticed something on the ground. A small, crude carving on a piece of bark. It looked like a symbol scratched deeply, like a warning. I didn't stop to study it. I started the engine and drove away without looking back. I stayed at a motel in town, too shaken to go back. The police took a report but said there was little they could do without more evidence. No one else reported similar incidents. Weeks later, I looked up the area and found stories about trespassers, squatters, and illegal hunters using the forest to hide from authorities. Some were violent. The cabin I stayed in was in the middle of an area known for occasional break-ins and dangerous people. I never went back to that cabin. The idea of being so isolated, vulnerable to strangers hiding in the dark, was too much. The forest was beautiful and peaceful on the surface, but I realized it could hide dangers I wasn't prepared for. I kept the memory of those nights close, a reminder that sometimes the scariest things are not monsters or ghosts, but real people and real threats lurking just out of sight. I hadn't been planning on staying in a cabin for the weekend. It just happened that way. I had intended to camp under the stars in a tent like I usually did, but when I got to the edge of the forest, my car broke down. The engine sputtered and refused to start again. I was miles away from the nearest town with no cell signal, and it was already getting late in the afternoon. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows between the trees. I was alone and unprepared. As I sat in the driver's seat fiddling with the ignition, I remembered seeing a small, weather-beaten cabin a few hundred yards off the dirt road. I hadn't noticed it much before because it was hidden behind a thick cluster of pines. With no other choice, I grabbed my backpack and started walking toward it, hoping for shelter and maybe some help. The cabin looked old and forgotten. Its wooden walls were stained with years of rain and moss. The roof sagged in one corner, and a thin wisp of smoke was curling out of the chimney. Someone must be inside. I felt a flicker of relief mixed with unease. The forest around was dense and silent, except for the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. When I reached the porch, The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open carefully, expecting to find someone inside or signs of life. The smell hit me immediately. Damp wood, old fire, and a faint scent of something metallic, like rust or old blood. The floor creaked under my boots. There was no one inside. I checked the small living room, which had a crooked fireplace with cold ashes, a rickety table, and a couple of chairs. The windows were grimy but intact, and the light filtering in was dim and gray. I found some dry firewood stacked in a corner and a box of matches on the table. I wasn't sure if it was safe to start a fire, but the temperature was dropping quickly, so I gathered some wood and lit a small flame. The cabin had a bedroom and a tiny kitchen area. The kitchen was dusty and had old dishes, but no food. There was a well-worn bed in the bedroom with thin blankets. I was tired and cold, so I laid down trying to rest. Outside, the wind was picking up, making the branches scrape against the cabin walls like claws. I tried to call for help on my phone, but still no signal. I wasn't even sure if anyone had passed by this cabin in years. I decided to wait until morning before trying to fix the car again. The first night was uneasy. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every little noise, the snapping of twigs outside, the creaking of wood in the cabin, set my nerves on edge. I told myself it was just the forest settling, the wind playing tricks. I wrapped myself tightly in the blanket and closed my eyes, but sleep didn't come easily. At some point, I heard footsteps outside the cabin. Slow and deliberate, not like an animal, but like a person walking carefully. My heart pounded. I stayed still, listening. The footsteps stopped at the porch. The door creaked open slightly. I held my breath. Nothing else happened. After a long silence, the door shut again. I waited, but no one came in. The forest went quiet. I told myself it might have been an animal moving the door or the wind. I forced myself to sleep. Morning came with weak sunlight filtering through the trees. I got up, stretched, and started a fire again to warm up. The air inside was stale and cold, but the cabin offered shelter. I checked the windows and saw deep footprints in the damp earth outside. The prints looked human, large and heavy, leading into the woods and then stopping abruptly near a fallen tree. I was curious but also cautious. Something about this place was wrong. I found an old journal on the table, its pages yellowed and torn. The handwriting was shaky but readable. It was a record from someone who had stayed here a few months ago. They wrote about hunting and the forest, about strange noises at night, and about someone or something watching them. The entries ended suddenly. That day, I decided to explore around the cabin, hoping to find a phone signal or a way to reach the main road. I took a small backpack with water, a flashlight, a pocket knife, and some food I had in my car. The forest was thick and tangled. The sun barely penetrated the canopy, and the ground was covered in moss and fallen leaves. I walked carefully, marking my path so I wouldn't get lost. I found the tracks from the morning. They were fresh, not older than a day. I followed them, my heart pounding as the trail led deeper into the woods. After about an hour, the footprints stopped near a small clearing. I could see a shallow hole dug into the dirt, barely large enough for a person to fit. Near it were scattered bones, small animal bones mostly, and some old rusted cans. The hole looked like a trap or a hiding place. Suddenly, I heard a noise behind me, twigs snapping. I spun around, shining my flashlight, but saw nothing. My breath quickened. The forest seemed to hold its breath too. I decided it was best to return to the cabin. I hurried back, trying to keep calm. When I got back, I locked the door and checked all the windows. I moved the furniture to block the door a bit, just in case. The fear I had felt earlier was growing. That night, the sounds outside were louder. Scratches on the walls, footsteps pacing around the cabin. Once, a heavy thump on the roof made me jump. I stayed awake all night, clutching the knife, listening to the noises. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I made a plan. I couldn't stay here much longer. The cabin, though sheltering me from the weather, was trapping me in a nightmare. I gathered my things and tried the car again. The engine still refused to start. I was stuck. I explored further around the cabin. this time moving quietly and carefully, alert to every sound. I found old traps set for animals and strange markings on trees. Scratches that looked like they were made by a knife or claw, not natural. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Then I found remnants of a campfire not far from the cabin, with burnt bones and a few charred scraps of clothing. It looked like someone had been here maybe recently. The thought terrified me. If whoever was here was hostile, I was in real danger. That night, I stayed awake again. I could hear voices, muffled and low, coming from the forest. No one came close to the cabin, but the sounds were enough to keep me on edge. The third morning, I decided to try one last time to get help. I packed my things and left the cabin, walking toward the main road. I kept my eyes and ears open. I avoided the footprints I had seen before. After walking for hours, the forest began to thin. I finally heard the hum of traffic in the distance. When I reached the road, a passing car stopped to give me a ride to the nearest town. I went to the local police and told them about the cabin and the strange things I had found. They organized a search of the area. It turned out that the cabin was used by a group of people who hunted illegally and had been involved in violent incidents. The authorities found evidence of the campfires, traps, and some stolen property. I never went back to that cabin. The memory of those nights stayed with me for a long time, reminding me that sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but real people and real danger hidden in the woods. In the end, I learned to trust my instincts and to never ignore the signs of danger. The forest may seem calm and peaceful, but it hides secrets that can change your life forever. It was supposed to be a quiet week in the woods, just me and some space to think. I'd been working long hours, barely sleeping, eating like crap, and my head felt like it was filling up with static. One of my coworkers told me about this small rental cabin way up north near the edge of a state forest. No cell signal, no neighbors, just a lake nearby and thick woods all around. It sounded like the perfect place to reset. I booked it for 7 nights. I didn't bring much, just a duffel bag of clothes, some canned food, bottled water, a few books, and a basic hunting knife. I wasn't planning on hiking or doing anything adventurous. I just wanted quiet. The drive took almost 9 hours. The last stretch was a narrow dirt road with deep ruts and potholes that shook the car so hard I had to crawl at 10 miles per hour. There were no signs, and if the GPS hadn't still worked up until the last 15 minutes, I might have thought I'd gotten lost. But then I saw it. The cabin, tucked behind a line of tall spruce trees, sitting in a small open space that let a bit of sun through. It was old, clearly, but clean-looking from the outside. Weathered wood, a tin roof, a tiny porch with a single chair. A little wood shed stood off to the side, half sunken into the dirt. The lake wasn't visible from the cabin, but the listing said it was only about a 5-minute walk through the trees. Inside, it was plain. A main room with a small table, a wood stove, a kitchenette with a hand pump for water, and a bedroom with a simple bed and a dresser. Everything smelled like dry wood and dust. There was no electricity, just some oil lamps and candles. I liked that. It made me feel like I had actually stepped away from the noise of regular life. I unpacked, set some food out on the shelves, checked the bed for bugs, a habit I picked up from staying in weird motels, and then I just sat for a while in the silence. The first day passed quietly. I walked down to the lake. It was beautiful, still and clear, surrounded by trees that reached straight up like columns. I skipped some rocks, sat by the shore for a bit, and went back when it started to cool off. That night, I lit one of the oil lamps and read. The cabin creaked like old buildings do, but nothing felt off. I fell asleep quickly and slept harder than I had in weeks. The second day was the same. I stayed around the cabin mostly, walked the trail around the lake, cooked some food, wrote a little in my journal. I thought about how this was probably what I needed all along. Not a vacation to some resort or a flight to another country. Just quiet, slow days with nobody else around. But that changed on the third morning. I was eating breakfast when I noticed something strange. The chair on the porch had been turned. When I arrived, it faced out toward the trees, and I remembered that clearly because I had sat in it my first night. But now it was turned slightly, as if someone had sat down and shifted it to face more toward the front door. I chalked it up to wind, even though it hadn't been particularly windy the night before. That afternoon, I decided to explore a bit deeper into the woods behind the cabin. There was no trail back there, just thick trees and underbrush. I didn't plan to go far, just enough to stretch my legs and see what the terrain was like. I brought a small pack with water and my knife just in case. About 20 minutes in, I found a strange clearing. It wasn't a natural one. The trees stopped suddenly in a nearly perfect circle, about 30 feet across. The ground was bare and flattened, with patches of dry grass but mostly dirt. No signs of a fire or any recent activity, just this strange empty space surrounded by thick forest. I stood there for a while trying to make sense of it. Maybe someone had cleared it years ago for a hunting blind or something. But there was no structure, no rocks arranged in fire pits, nothing. I looked around the edges and saw that the trees near the boundary had odd marks on their bark, like scratches, deep ones at random angles. Some looked fresh, others faded with time. They weren't from animals. They were too high up and too straight. I took a few photos with the old digital camera I'd brought and then left, feeling a bit uneasy. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept hearing small sounds outside, not animals moving through the woods, but sharper, slower things, like something brushing against the side of the cabin. Once, I swore I heard a soft thump, like something stepping onto the porch. I blew out the lamp and waited in the dark, knife in hand, staring at the door, but nothing else happened. The next morning, I checked around the cabin.
No footprints, no scoof marks.
But again, the chair had been moved. Now it was angled even more toward the front door, almost like it had been turned deliberately, little by little. I tried to ignore it, to tell myself I was overthinking things. Maybe I had moved it and didn't remember, but that didn't explain the clearing. So I went back. It was just as I remembered, still silent, empty. But now there were new prints in the dirt.
Boot prints.
They were faint, but I could make out the heel and toe impressions. Whoever made them had walked into the clearing, stood there for a bit, and then left. But there were no tracks leading back out. I circled the clearing twice, checking every possible exit path. The only prints were the ones going in. I couldn't understand it. Maybe the soil had just shifted or dried strangely. Maybe I was reading into things that weren't there. Still, I didn't stay long. Back at the cabin, I felt restless. I started locking the door even during the day, which felt stupid given how remote the place was. I kept the knife closer and started sleeping lighter. Every night brought more sounds. A faint knock on the wall, leaves crunching just beyond the window, the chair moving. By the fifth night, I pushed the chair off the porch and left it lying face down in the dirt. I didn't care if it was wind or animals or whatever. I just didn't want to see it turned again. But the next morning, it was back upright, facing the door again. I didn't even try to explain it anymore. That was the same day I found the second clearing. This one was about a 10-minute walk past the first, deeper into the woods. I hadn't planned to go back at all, but something kept nagging at me. This new clearing was smaller, maybe 15 feet across. Same bare dirt, same scratch marks on the surrounding trees. But in the center was something new. A circle of stones, carefully placed, each about the size of a fist. Inside the circle was a pile of leaves, twigs, and animal bones, rabbits or squirrels maybe, arranged neatly, not just scattered. It didn't feel like some kid playing in the woods. It felt planned. I turned around and walked straight back to the cabin. My heart was pounding the whole way. Every sound in the forest made me flinch. When I got back, I locked the door and didn't leave again that day. I just sat inside, waiting for the sun to go down, then lit 2 lamps and kept them burning all night. The 6th night was the worst. Around midnight, I heard something step onto the porch. Slow, deliberate steps, not an animal. I didn't move. I held my breath and listened. The steps stopped right outside the door. Then something touched the doorknob. I could hear the metal shift slightly, like pressure was being applied. Not turning it, just testing it. Then the steps moved away. In the morning, I opened the door slowly. The chair was gone. Not just moved, completely gone. I walked the perimeter of the cabin, checked around the trees, but there was no sign of it. It hadn't fallen off the porch and rolled. It was just gone. I packed my bag that morning. I wasn't supposed to leave until the next day, but I didn't care. I had food left, water, and time, but my nerves were shot. I kept hearing those slow steps in my head. I planned to leave around noon, when the sun was high, and drive straight back. But when I tried to leave, the road was blocked. A tree had fallen across it, fresh with green leaves and wet bark. I couldn't move it alone, and I didn't have the tools to cut it apart. I tried to go around through the woods, but the terrain was too rough and sloped. I had no signal. The only thing to do was wait another night and try again the next morning. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner with my back to the wall and a lamp burning beside me. Around 2 a.m., I heard the steps again. This time, they circled the cabin. Once, twice, 3 times. I could hear the crunch of dry leaves, the weight of the steps, how slow and steady they were. They stopped near the woodshed for a while. I heard the creak of the door opening, then silence. I didn't move until the sun came up. When I opened the front door, I saw the chair again. It was back, sitting upright on the porch, right where it had been that first night, facing the door. And on the seat was something new, a strip of cloth, torn, stained, and damp. I didn't want to know where it came from. I grabbed my bag, checked the road again. The tree was still there, but I followed the edge of the woods on foot until I found a place where I could scramble around it. Took half an hour and I fell twice, but I got back to the car. I drove out of there faster than I should have, not stopping until I reached a gas station nearly 50 miles away. My hands were shaking when I paid for gas. I never thought a quiet cabin stay could turn into one of the scariest experiences of my life. The idea had sounded perfect at first. After months of stress at work, I craved some time away from the city, away from noise, people, and the endless pressure. I found a small cabin to rent deep in the woods, far enough from the nearest town that I could barely hear anything beyond the rustling of trees and the occasional bird call. The listing made it sound like an ideal escape. Rustic but comfortable, surrounded by untouched forest, with a small lake nearby. The pictures showed a wooden cabin with a stone chimney, a little porch with a rocking chair, and a fire pit outside. It all seemed perfect. I arrived in the late afternoon, carrying a single backpack with all my supplies. The gravel road leading to the cabin had become narrow and rough the farther I went. I could feel the tension starting to fade the moment I stepped out of my car and took a deep breath. The air smelled clean and fresh, full of pine and earth. The sun was beginning to lower, casting a golden light through the branches. There was a slight chill in the breeze, but it was pleasant. The cabin was everything the photos promised. Inside, it was small but cozy. A wood stove sat in the corner, and a few shelves held old books and some mismatched kitchenware. There was a small bed covered with a thick quilt and a table next to it. I dropped my backpack and started unpacking. I had brought enough food for a week, some bottled water, a few canned goods, and instant meals. I also packed some extra blankets, a first aid kit, a flashlight, and a couple of books. The first night was peaceful. I built a small fire outside in the pit and sat on the porch watching the stars. The silence was almost total, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl or the rustle of a small animal in the underbrush. I felt calm, like I was far away from all my problems. The second day, I decided to explore the nearby lake. It was about a mile's walk through a narrow dirt path lined with dense trees and undergrowth. The path was uneven, with roots sticking out and rocks scattered along the way. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. I only heard the crunch of my boots on leaves and twigs. When I finally reached the lake, it was stunning. The water was clear and still, reflecting the sky and trees like a mirror. There was a small dock made of old wood extending into the water. I sat there for a while, watching tiny fish dart near the surface and feeling the cool breeze on my face. The sun warmed my skin and I thought about how lucky I was to find this place. I stayed by the lake for a couple of hours before heading back. The forest felt different on the way back, somehow darker and thicker, even though the sun was still high. I shook the feeling off as just my imagination. Back at the cabin, I started a fire inside to dry some clothes I had gotten wet from the morning dew. The cabin was chilly but comfortable with the fire going. I made myself a simple dinner of canned beans heated over the stove. The third day was where things started to change. I woke early to the sound of birds and the soft creak of the wind in the trees. After a quick breakfast, I planned to do some more hiking. This time I took a different trail, one that seemed less used and more overgrown. The path twisted deeper into the forest, past thick bushes and tall pines. The ground was soft with fallen needles and moss. I felt completely alone but safe. After a few hours, I stopped to rest by a fallen log. I took a sip of water and pulled out a granola bar. While sitting there, I noticed something strange. A set of footprints in the dirt, leading away from the path into the thick woods. They were fresh and looked large, almost like someone had been walking barefoot. I looked around carefully but didn't see anyone. I debated whether to follow the footprints or head back. My curiosity got the better of me. I followed them cautiously, stepping quietly through the underbrush. The footprints led to a small clearing surrounded by trees and bushes. There was nothing unusual there except a strange smell in the air, something sharp and metallic. It reminded me of blood. I stood still, listening. No sounds except the wind and distant birds. Then, I noticed something on the ground near the edge of the clearing. A piece of torn fabric, dark and wet. My heart beat faster. I picked it up carefully. It was definitely human. The smell was stronger here. I turned around and started heading back to the cabin quickly, feeling uneasy. The forest suddenly felt different, heavy, like the trees themselves were watching me. When I reached the trail again, I didn't dare look back. I kept walking fast until I saw the cabin's roof through the trees. Back at the cabin, I locked the door and checked the windows. The sun was starting to set, and the shadows grew long and thick. I decided not to go out again that day. I stayed inside, lighting the stove and trying to calm my nerves. The piece of fabric I found was tucked in my bag. I couldn't stop thinking about what it meant. Someone had been close by, maybe hurt. I tried to tell myself it was probably from a hunter or someone passing through, but the smell and the isolation made me doubt that. That night was the first time I felt really scared. I was lying in bed when I heard a noise outside. First, it was faint, like twigs snapping. Then, something heavier moving near the porch. I froze, listening. My heart pounded. I didn't have any weapons, just a flashlight and my phone, which barely had signal. I wanted to believe it was a deer or some animal, but the sounds were too deliberate. There was a slow, steady pace, like someone walking back and forth. I stayed as quiet as I could, clutching the blanket. After a long time, the noises stopped. I waited for what felt like hours before finally falling asleep from exhaustion. The next morning, I found something worse. On the porch, there were fresh footprints in the dirt, large and deep. They hadn't been there before. I compared them to the ones I saw in the forest. They were the same size, the same pattern. Someone had been outside my cabin while I was inside. I felt trapped. The days that followed were a nightmare. I was afraid to leave the cabin. Every time I looked outside, I felt eyes watching me from the woods. The noises at night grew louder and closer. Footsteps, branches breaking, heavy breathing. I barely slept, too scared to close my eyes. During the day, I tried to stay busy, chopping firewood and cleaning the cabin. I checked the perimeter and found more signs. Broken branches, discarded trash, even a small pile of bones hidden under a bush. They looked like animal bones, but something about them disturbed me deeply. The area around the cabin felt tainted, like it had been used for something bad. I realized I wasn't just being watched. I was being hunted. I tried calling for help, but my phone was useless. No bars, no signal. I felt completely cut off. The nearest road was miles away, and no one knew where I was. On the fourth night, the situation became desperate. I heard footsteps right outside the door, slow and steady. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door a crack. The beam of light showed nothing but dark forest. Then a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a man, tall and thin, wearing dirty clothes and a hood that hid his face. He didn't say anything. His eyes were cold and empty. I slammed the door and locked it. My heart was racing. The man stayed outside, pacing back and forth. I looked for anything I could use to defend myself. An axe, a knife, anything. I found a heavy iron poker by the stove and held it tightly. I stayed awake all night, listening to the man's movements. When dawn finally came, he was gone. I didn't waste time. I packed my things, took only the essentials, and decided to leave. The hike back to the road was terrifying. Every sound made me jump. I kept glancing behind, worried the man might follow me. The forest was denser than I remembered, with tangled branches and thick bushes slowing me down. I stumbled more than once, my legs burning from the effort. After what felt like hours, I finally reached the gravel road. I ran to my car, unlocked it, and started the engine. I didn't care about the rough road or my tired body. I just wanted to get away. As I drove away, I looked back at the trees. The cabin was hidden among the shadows, the place that should have been peaceful and safe. I never wanted to see it again. I reported everything to the local authorities once I reached town. They searched the area but found no sign of the man or why he was there. Some locals said the forest had a reputation for strange people wandering through, but no one knew for sure. The bones I found were likely from animals, but why someone was watching my cabin, I'll never know. The experience changed me. I still crave the quiet of nature sometimes, but now I'm more cautious. Some places hide dangers that aren't obvious. The woods around that cabin held secrets I wasn't meant to find. In the end, I learned that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts. They're real people with dark intentions, and the wild isn't always a safe escape. But I survived. I got out alive, and I never went back. The first time I saw the cabin, it was early autumn. The air had that sharp, crisp edge that makes you want to breathe slow and deep, as if each breath could pull every last bit of life into your lungs before the long winter set in. I had driven down the narrow dirt road for nearly an hour, the car shaking as it climbed over uneven patches and skidded past puddles left by the last rain. I wasn't expecting much. Just a few days away from the city, no phone, no noise, no people. Just me and the trees. The cabin sat at the end of a thin clearing, almost swallowed by the thick forest around it. Its wood had faded from what must have once been a warm brown to a dull gray, cracked and weathered by years of wind and rain. The windows were dark and empty, some cracked, the glass dusty and stained. The door looked heavy, made of thick wood with rusty metal hinges. It was closed tight. The porch was narrow, and the steps leading up to it sagged under the weight of time. A single rusted mailbox leaned crookedly by the side of the path, barely hanging on its post. The forest around was dense, mostly pine trees with patches of birch, their white bark shining oddly in the low sunlight. Fallen leaves carpeted the ground, crunching underfoot. There was a faint smell of wet earth, pine needles, and something else, maybe rotting wood or old smoke. I planned this trip for weeks, saving up money, packing light. A few essentials, a tent just in case, food for several days, and a small camping stove. The cabin was supposed to be empty, left by its owner who hadn't visited in years. A perfect spot to be alone with my thoughts, to escape the noise of the city and the pressure of everyday life. No one was meant to come here, at least not for a while. The first thing I did was unlock the door with the key I found in an old envelope taped under the porch railing. It was heavy and groaned loudly as it swung open. Inside, the air was stale and thick with dust, the smell of damp wood and mildew filling the room. I stepped inside, my boots thudding softly on the creaky wooden floor. The main room was small, with low ceilings and a rough stone fireplace that looked like it hadn't been used in years. Ashes and bits of burnt wood lay cold and gray inside the hearth. There was no electricity, no running water, no heat, just the bare walls, a few broken pieces of furniture, and a small kitchen area at the back with a rusty sink and cabinets hanging crookedly from the wall. The windows let in little light through their grimy glass. The silence inside was thick, almost heavy, like the whole cabin was holding its breath. I spent the first day cleaning as best as I could. I swept the floor, wiped down counters, and opened windows to air out the smell. The wind rattled the old panes, and every creak of the floorboards or groan of the walls sounded loud in the quiet. Outside, the forest was alive with birds and insects, the sun dipping lower behind the trees. At night, I lit a small lantern and sat by the fireplace, trying to get used to the dark that wrapped around the cabin like a blanket. It was colder than I expected. The heater in the city had spoiled me. I pulled a blanket over my shoulders and read from a book I'd brought, but my eyes kept darting to the shadows moving just outside the window. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches scratching the glass. The second day, I went for a walk in the woods, following a narrow path that twisted between the trees. The ground was soft underfoot, covered with pine needles and leaves. I could hear a creek somewhere nearby, the sound of water flowing over rocks. The forest was peaceful but strange. Every now and then, I'd catch glimpses of something moving, shapes just at the edge of vision. A deer, maybe, or a fox. But sometimes it felt like the trees themselves were watching, their trunks standing like silent sentinels. Back at the cabin, I found an old journal tucked away in a drawer. Its pages were yellowed and brittle, the handwriting faded. The entries were from years ago, written by someone who had lived here for only a short time. The writing was simple, describing the loneliness, the quiet, the beauty of the woods. But toward the end, the tone changed. The writer talked about strange noises at night, footsteps outside the cabin when no one was there, shadows moving just beyond the window. They spoke of feeling watched, of something not quite right in the forest. I didn't want to believe it. I told myself it was just an old person's imagination, maybe loneliness playing tricks. Still, a knot of unease tightened in my stomach. The nights grew colder and darker. The moon was often hidden behind thick clouds, and the stars seemed dim and distant. One night, I woke to a sound outside, a sharp snap of a twig, then silence. I stayed still, listening. The cabin felt smaller, the walls closer. My heart beat fast. I told myself it was probably an animal, a raccoon, or a stray dog. But when I glanced at the window, I could have sworn I saw a shadow move between the trees. The next day, I decided to explore more of the area. I packed a small bag and followed the creek upstream, the water clear and cold as it wound through the rocks. The forest grew thicker, the trees closer together. The path was harder to follow, covered in fallen branches and moss. The air felt heavier, damper. Occasionally, I spotted signs of animals, broken twigs, footprints, and piles of leaves disturbed. Hours passed. I didn't see another person or any sign of a cabin or road, just forest stretching on endlessly. When I finally turned back, the light was fading. The forest seemed darker now, more oppressive. The quiet was different, deeper, like it was listening. Returning to the cabin, I felt exhausted. I started a small fire in the fireplace, warming myself as the flames flickered and crackled. The warmth pushed back the cold, but the unease stayed. Every sound outside made me jump. The wind in the trees, the creak of branches, the distant call of an owl. That night, the noises grew louder. Footsteps around the cabin, soft and slow, coming closer, then retreating. A rustling in the bushes that seemed too deliberate, like something was watching me, waiting. I stayed awake for hours, lantern in hand, eyes scanning the darkness outside. But I saw nothing, only shadows shifting in the wind. The third day, I tried to focus on practical things. I fixed the porch steps, patched a hole in the roof where the rain had leaked in, collected water from the creek. I needed to keep my mind busy, to stop the fear from taking over. But even during the day, the forest felt hostile. The trees blocked the sun, casting deep shadows. The air was thick and still. I kept hearing sounds just out of sight. A crunch of leaves, a soft thud, a breath on the back of my neck. By evening, I noticed something odd. The path I had taken to the creek earlier was disturbed. Broken branches, footprints I didn't recognize. I tried not to panic, telling myself it was an animal or maybe another hiker. But no one had mentioned any nearby trails or cabins. That night, I barely slept. The noises outside were constant. Whispers of movement in the underbrush, scraping sounds on the walls, faint tapping on the windows. The wind died down, and everything felt trapped, like the forest was holding its breath, waiting. On the fourth day, I decided I couldn't stay in the cabin any longer. The feeling of being watched was suffocating. I packed my things quickly, my hands shaking. As I stepped outside, the forest seemed alive, eyes hidden behind every tree. I took the dirt road back toward the main highway, trying to keep calm, telling myself the sounds were just animals, the shadows just tricks of the light. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, keeping pace just beyond sight. When I finally reached my car, relief washed over me. The city lights in the distance were faint, but they meant safety. I locked the doors and sat inside, heart pounding, waiting for the sun to rise. That trip changed me. The forest wasn't just quiet nature. It was a place where something unseen watched and waited. It wasn't ghosts or monsters, just the weight of isolation, the deep unknown in the wilderness. And sometimes that is enough to scare you more than any tale. I never went back to that cabin. I don't know who lived there before or if anyone still does, but I carry the memory, the stillness, the watching eyes, the feeling of being utterly alone in a place where no one else should be. Sometimes, I wonder what would have happened if I stayed longer, if I had investigated those footsteps or the noises. Maybe it was just animals or maybe something else entirely, but I don't want to find out. The city feels loud and busy now, almost comforting after that silence. I still go camping sometimes, but I stay in places where I can see other people, where the roads are clear and the nights aren't filled with the sound of unseen footsteps. That cabin was a reminder that nature isn't always peaceful, and that sometimes the scariest things aren't made up. They're the real unknowns waiting just beyond the trees. I remember the exact moment I first realized something was wrong. It wasn't loud, not sudden or obvious. It was the way the wind shifted, the way the shadows moved a little too fast across the window, the way the quiet seemed to stretch too thin like an empty canvas just waiting to be disturbed. I'd been looking forward to this trip for months. A week alone at a small cabin I had rented deep in the mountains, far from the noise of the city, far from the demands of people and schedules. Just me, the woods, and a chance to reset. I never imagined I'd end up scared in a place so peaceful. I arrived at the cabin in late September. The leaves were turning, the air crisp and dry, smelling of pine and earth. The road to the cabin was rough, a gravel path winding through thick trees, narrowing as it climbed. My car struggled in places, but I was determined. I carried my bags, a stack of firewood, and enough food to last me the whole week. The cabin looked small but sturdy, built from weathered logs with a stone chimney, nestled in a clearing surrounded by towering firs and spruces. A thin plume of smoke rose from the chimney, which was odd because I was the first guest in weeks. I checked the lock, the windows, and stepped inside. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. A small kitchen with a wood stove, a table, a few chairs, a couch, and a bed pushed into one corner. The floor creaked under my boots, and the smell of old wood mixed with faint traces of smoke lingered. I dropped my bags, stacked the firewood by the stove, and opened the windows to let fresh air in. The silence was thick but comforting at first. No cars, no neighbors, just the occasional call of a bird or the rustle of leaves. I lit a fire, boiled some water for coffee, and settled into a routine. The first 2 days were peaceful. I explored nearby trails, took pictures of the bright red and yellow leaves, and read books late into the night by firelight. The woods seemed alive but not threatening. If anything, the quiet helped me think, made me slow down. But on the third night, the feeling changed. I was lying in bed, the fire dying down to glowing embers. Outside, the wind had picked up, rattling the window panes and making the trees groan. I listened to the sound, the way branches scraped against each other, and I told myself it was nothing, just the forest doing what forests do. But then I heard something else, a faint tapping, like a branch hitting the side of the cabin. I paused, held my breath, listening.
Top, top, top.
It wasn't random, it was steady, measured. I stood and moved to the window, pulling back the curtain slowly. The clearing was bathed in moonlight, the trees swaying in the wind. I couldn't see anything at first. Then a shadow moved, just at the edge of the clearing, where the forest thickened. It was tall, thin, and stayed just out of full view behind the trees. I blinked, and it was gone. My heart sped up. I reminded myself I was probably imagining things. Wildlife, maybe a deer or a large bird. But the tapping continued, moving slowly around the cabin's perimeter. I checked the door, it was locked tight. The windows too. I even looked for gaps or broken panes. Nothing. Still, the tapping didn't stop. I sat back down, trying to ignore it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, waiting. The night passed slowly. The next morning, I found small marks on the outside wall near the front door. Scratches, thin but deep enough to leave faint red lines in the wood. I had no idea what could have made them. The forest was full of animals, but none that scratched like that, not near a cabin so close to human scent. I felt uneasy but tried to convince myself it was just a raccoon or some other curious creature. Over the following days, the tapping started again at night, sometimes accompanied by low sounds I couldn't place. Soft thumps against the door, distant rustling in the underbrush, something that sounded like dragging. I tried to hike further, but the forest felt different, heavier, less welcoming. I noticed my phone signal was weak, barely any bars, and sometimes no service at all. I told myself that was normal in the mountains. One afternoon, while exploring a trail, I saw footprints near a small stream about 100 meters from the cabin. They looked fresh, like someone had been there recently. The prints were too large to be a deer or bear, and oddly spaced, like someone was walking slowly, maybe stalking. I took pictures, but my hands shook. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I didn't want to admit I was scared. That night, the tapping came earlier and louder. It was no longer a gentle tap, but hard knocks, rhythmically pounding on the walls and door. I stayed in bed, clutching a flashlight and a kitchen knife I kept nearby just in case. Every few minutes, I heard something trying to pry the door handle or the window latch, soft clicks and the scraping of metal against wood. I could smell smoke again, faint and sharp, but when I looked outside, no fire. The firewood pile I'd stacked near the cabin was disturbed. Some logs had been moved, scratched, and there were more of those strange marks on the logs, deep gouges and long lines that looked like claws or nails. I was terrified, realizing I was not alone out here, and whoever or whatever it was knew the cabin well. I locked every door and window, covered the glass with blankets, and kept the lights low. I stayed awake all night, checking every sound, watching the edges of the clearing. At dawn, the noises stopped. The next day, I packed only what I could carry easily, planning to hike out and leave as soon as possible. But when I stepped outside, the forest looked different. The trail I had taken before was gone. The trees and bushes had grown thick, blocking the path. I was surrounded by wilderness, no clear way back to the road or civilization. Panic rose in my chest. I tried to remember landmarks, the twisted pine, the large boulder by the stream, the broken branch shaped like a hook. I wandered, hoping to find the trail or some sign of the cabin's road. Hours passed. The sun sank lower. The forest grew darker and colder. When I returned to the cabin, it was worse. The door was scratched up badly, almost off its hinges in places. The windows were smashed, glass on the floor inside. The fire pit outside had been dug up, ashes scattered. My supplies were missing: food, water bottles, matches. Someone had been inside while I was gone. I stayed inside, barricaded, and tried to call for help. No signal. My heart felt like it would burst. I forced myself to calm down and think clearly. I looked for any way to defend myself. I moved heavy furniture in front of the door, prepared more firewood to burn if I needed light or heat. I wrote a note with my name, date, and the situation, leaving it on the kitchen table in case someone found the cabin later. The nights grew worse. The knocking came back, more violent. Sometimes the sounds of footsteps circling the cabin, the crunch of dry leaves under heavy boots. Once, I saw a figure standing just outside the broken window, watching me. I dared not move. I waited until dawn. I knew I couldn't stay there. The isolation had turned from peaceful to threatening. I was no longer alone, The forest was no longer safe. I made a plan. I gathered all the supplies I could, wrapped my jacket tightly, and picked a direction away from the cabin, hoping it would lead back to the road or at least another trail. I moved quietly, carefully watching and listening. Every snap of a twig made me freeze. After hours, I found signs of human passage. Broken branches, flattened grass, a discarded piece of plastic. Relief surged through me. I followed these signs, hoping they meant a trail or a campsite. I walked all day, sometimes running, my legs aching, my lungs burning. The sun set again, and I found a small clearing to rest. I built a fire, ate a small snack, and tried to sleep, but the fear never left me. On the third day, I finally saw a road. It was a dirt track, barely visible through the trees, but unmistakably a road. I walked toward it and soon heard the distant hum of a car engine. I felt tears streaming down my face as I stepped onto the road, waving my arms until a truck slowed and stopped. The driver didn't ask questions. I just needed to get away. Back in town, I called the ranger station and reported the cabin break-in. They told me the area was remote but popular with hunters and hikers, some of whom weren't always friendly. They said I was lucky to have gotten out when I did. The cabin was checked later. Authorities found footprints, signs of someone camping nearby, but no one was ever caught. The scratches and marks were consistent with makeshift tools, not animals. Some guessed it was a local who didn't want strangers in the forest. I never returned to that cabin or any remote place alone. The peace I wanted turned into fear I can't forget. The woods hide many things, some natural, some human. And sometimes, the scariest thing is knowing you're not as alone as you thought, that someone might be watching from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to step out. I still remember the cold wind, the smell of old wood and smoke, the tapping that turned. I didn't expect things to get this bad. I thought a weekend away in a remote cabin would be a nice break from the constant noise and stress of city life. I was wrong. Everything about that trip still haunts me, and I replay it in my head sometimes, wishing I had done things differently, wishing I had listened to my gut. It all started on a cold Friday morning in early October. The air had just started to turn crisp, leaves on the trees changing from green to orange, red, and brown. I was driving out of the city, my old car packed with camping gear, some food, a stack of books, and enough clothes to last a few days. The plan was simple. Spend 3 days alone at a cabin my uncle owned somewhere deep in the forest, recharge, and enjoy some silence. No phone signal, no internet, no distractions. I had been to that cabin once before, a few years back, but only for a day. I remembered it being peaceful, tucked away between tall pine trees, near a small lake, perfect for hiking and reading. This time, I planned to stay longer, bring a few supplies, and just disappear from the world. The drive itself was long and tiring. The last 20 miles were down a rough dirt road, full of potholes and surrounded by dense woods. By the time I arrived, the sun was low, barely filtering through the thick canopy of trees. The cabin looked the same as before, weathered and a little run down, but solid. It was a simple wooden structure, one story, with a stone chimney and a small porch. The windows were dusty, the door a little creaky, but it felt like home already. I unlocked the door with a key that hung on a worn leather strap around my neck. Inside, the smell hit me right away. Old wood, a faint trace of smoke, and the musty scent of damp earth. I dropped my bag on the floor and started unpacking. There was a small wood stove in the corner, some shelves with canned food, a few dusty pots and pans, and an old mattress on the floor that served as a bed. No electricity, no running water, just the bare basics. I lit a fire in the stove, feeling the warmth spread slowly through the room. Outside, the wind picked up, rustling the trees. It was quiet except for that, and the occasional call of a distant bird. The kind of quiet that feels heavy, like the world is holding its breath. After I settled in, I decided to take a quick walk around the cabin before nightfall. The ground was covered in dry leaves, and the forest stretched out in every direction. I could see the lake not far away, its surface smooth and dark, reflecting the fading light. I took a deep breath, feeling the cold air fill my lungs. It was peaceful here, but there was something else too, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. I went back inside as the last rays of sun disappeared and the forest grew darker. I cooked a simple dinner over the stove, canned beans and some bread, and then sat by the fire with a book. The only light came from the flickering flames, casting strange shadows on the walls. Outside, the wind howled a little louder, making the trees sway and creak. That first night, I slept uneasily. The mattress was thin and hard, and every small noise outside made me tense up. I woke a few times to the sound of branches tapping against the window or an animal rustling through the leaves. My heart would race, but eventually, I fell back asleep. The next day was cold and gray. A thick fog had settled over the forest, making everything look blurry and distant. I spent most of the morning chopping wood to keep the stove going and cleaning the cabin a little. The silence was deep and total. I couldn't hear any cars or voices, only the occasional caw of a crow or the crackling of branches. In the afternoon, I decided to explore further. I followed a narrow trail leading away from the cabin, the damp earth soft beneath my boots. The trees grew taller here, and the fog hung low, wrapping everything in a pale gray mist. I walked for a couple of hours, crossing small streams and climbing over fallen logs. It was beautiful, but also a little unsettling. The forest felt vast and empty, and sometimes I thought I saw movement just beyond my vision. As I walked back, the light was fading again. The fog was thicker now, making it hard to see even a few feet ahead. I quickened my pace, eager to get back to the safety of the cabin. When I arrived, I locked the door behind me and checked all the windows. The feeling of being watched was creeping in, slow but steady. That night, I barely slept. The wind was stronger, shaking the cabin and rattling the windows. I kept hearing noises outside, twigs snapping, something heavy moving through the underbrush. I sat by the fire, staring into the flames, my nerves frayed. On the third day, things got worse. I woke early to find that some of the wood I had stacked outside was scattered on the ground, like someone or something had been there during the night. I knew it wasn't the wind. The pile was too disturbed, and footprints pressed into the soft earth nearby. They weren't human, at least not exactly. They were large and uneven, with deep impressions that looked like claws or long nails. I felt a chill run down my spine. I went around the cabin carefully, checking the perimeter. There were more prints leading into the forest, heading away from the cabin. My heart pounded as I realized I wasn't alone out here. Something had been watching me, lurking close enough to leave signs. I stayed inside most of that day, keeping the fire burning and the door locked. I didn't want to go outside, but I had to get more water from the nearby stream. I waited until midday, when the fog was lighter, and moved quickly, carrying my water bottle. I kept my eyes open for any movement in the trees, my ears straining for sounds. That evening, after dinner, I heard something that froze me in place. It was a low growl, deep and guttural, coming from just beyond the clearing. I stood completely still, heart racing. The sound was close, too close. I grabbed a heavy metal rod from the corner of the cabin, ready to defend myself if needed. The growl came again, followed by a loud snapping of branches. Then silence. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the fire, listening to every sound, gripping the rod tightly. Shadows moved outside, and every time I looked up, I caught a glimpse of something large slipping behind the trees. The next morning, I knew I had to leave. I packed quickly, my hands shaking. I didn't care about the plan anymore or the peace I had hoped to find. I just wanted out. As I was loading my gear into the car, I saw the prints again, close to the driveway. They were huge, much bigger than any bear I had ever seen. I remembered reading that bears usually avoid humans, but this felt different. The prints were fresh, and the way they circled near the cabin made me think the animal had been waiting, watching. I started the car and drove off without looking back, the tires crunching on the gravel road. The forest seemed to close behind me, swallowing the cabin in shadow. I didn't stop driving until I reached the nearest town, hours later. I told myself I was lucky to be safe, but part of me kept replaying the sounds and the prints, wondering what had really been out there. Days later, I called my uncle to tell him I wouldn't be using the cabin again anytime soon. He didn't seem surprised. He said the area had a reputation for wildlife encounters, and some hunters avoided it altogether. Looking back, I understand why. The forest is beautiful, yes, but it's also wild and dangerous in ways I didn't expect. It's not stories or legends. It's real. The silence, the shadows, the feeling of being watched. Those are warnings you can't ignore. Now, whenever I'm alone in nature, I pay close attention to the sounds and signs around me. I don't take the quiet for granted, and I always keep an eye on the woods. The cabin trip taught me one thing. Out there, you are never truly alone. And sometimes what watches you isn't interested in friendship. I had been feeling exhausted for weeks. The noise and crowds of the city had worn me down, and my mind constantly raced without any rest. Work stress, family troubles, and everyday life had piled up until I felt I needed to escape. So, I decided to rent a small cabin in the woods, far away from anyone. The idea was simple. Get away, be alone, and breathe fresh air. The cabin was old but sturdy, located deep in the forest. It was nothing fancy, just wood walls, a small porch, and a fireplace. No electricity, no internet, no phone signal. Just me and nature. That was exactly what I wanted. When I arrived, the sun was low in the sky. The road had been rough and dusty, winding through tall trees and thick bushes. At last, I reached the clearing where the cabin stood. I parked my car near the porch and stepped out. The smell of pine and earth filled the air. Birds sang quietly, and a light breeze rustled the leaves. The cabin looked even smaller up close. Its wooden boards were dark and weathered, some covered with moss. The windows were tiny and covered in dust, but the place felt solid. I pulled my backpack from the trunk and unlocked the old door. The hinges creaked as I pushed it open. Inside, the cabin was simple. A narrow kitchen area with a rusty sink and a small stove. A table with 2 chairs. A wood-burning fireplace with a stack of logs nearby. A bed in the corner with a thin mattress and a worn blanket. On the wall, a small shelf held a few canned goods left by the owner. I had brought my own food and supplies, so I didn't need to worry. I set my things down and opened the windows to let fresh air in. The forest outside looked dense and quiet, the kind of place where sound seemed to disappear. No cars, no voices, only the soft whispers of nature. After unpacking, I decided to explore the area a bit. The cabin was near a small dirt trail that led deeper into the woods. I walked slowly, admiring the tall trees and the thick underbrush. The ground was covered with pine needles, soft and silent underfoot. I found a small creek nearby, its water clear and cold. I knelt by the edge and drank some water, feeling refreshed. The sun was almost gone, casting long shadows through the trees. I headed back to the cabin just as the sky turned dark. Night fell quickly, and the forest changed. The sounds of birds stopped, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the occasional rustle of small animals. I lit a fire in the fireplace, the warm glow filling the room. I sat near the fire, reading a book I had brought. The silence was peaceful, almost comforting. I felt my mind slow down and my body relax. This was what I needed. Before going to sleep, I double-checked the door and windows. Everything was locked and secure. I went to bed early, tired but content. That first night was surprisingly quiet. I slept well, waking only once or twice. The cabin was cold, but the fire kept some warmth. In the morning, I made coffee over the stove and ate a simple breakfast. I planned to stay for 4 days with no distractions, just nature and solitude. During the day, I explored more trails, took photos of the forest, and wrote in my journal. The woods were beautiful but vast and easy to get lost in. I stayed close to the cabin, not wanting to wander too far alone. As evening came, I returned and lit the fire again. The sky was clear, stars bright. The forest seemed alive in a different way at night. But that night something changed. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. At first, I thought I was dreaming. But then I heard a noise outside the cabin. It was soft, but distinct, a scraping sound against the wood siding. I lay still, listening. The fire had died down to embers. Outside, the night was silent except for that noise. Scrape, scrape, scrape. My heart began to race. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer rubbing against the cabin. But the sound continued for several minutes, slow and steady. I reached for my flashlight on the table beside the bed. The beam of light shone into the darkness beyond the window. Nothing moved. Then I heard it again, closer this time. The scraping was louder, as if something was trying to claw or push on the wood. I stood up slowly, my body tense. I grabbed a heavy iron poker from near the fireplace, holding it like a weapon. I went to the door and looked outside into the pitch black. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, but I saw nothing. The forest was still. No animals, no rustling leaves. I stepped outside onto the porch, the cold night air hitting me. I shined the light all around, scanning the trees, the bushes, the shadows. Nothing. I called out softly, but no reply. The scraping noise stopped. I waited, holding my breath. Then, with nothing else happening, I went back inside, locking the door behind me. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe an animal, maybe the wind shifting a loose board. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching, waiting. Sleep was hard to come by after that night. Every sound made me jump. The wind, the creaking of the cabin, even my own breathing felt loud. During the day, I tried to keep busy. I chopped wood for the fireplace, cleaned the cabin, and explored the trail again. As I walked, I noticed something odd. The trail that had been clear the day before now had fresh footprints in the dirt. They were large and unlike any animal tracks I knew. I stopped and stared. The footprints led toward the cabin. I checked the path carefully. The prints stopped about 50 feet from the porch, as if whoever made them had paused there. My heart pounded. I took pictures, then followed the trail in the opposite direction to see if I could find more signs. The footprints disappeared after about a quarter mile into the woods. I didn't tell anyone, but inside I felt uneasy. Back at the cabin, I made sure all the doors and windows were secure. I even nailed a loose board over one window. I spent the evening watching the fire, feeling the weight of silence pressing on me. That night, the noises started again. I was lying in bed when I heard heavy footsteps around the cabin. Slow, deliberate, like someone pacing back and forth. I grabbed my flashlight and poker again. Peeking through the window, I saw shadows moving just beyond the porch light. The footsteps stopped near the door. A loud knock hit the wood. Then silence. I didn't answer. I stayed awake all night, clutching the poker, listening to every sound. At dawn, I finally relaxed, but I knew I wasn't alone. I wanted to leave. I wanted to drive back to the city, to safety, but the nearest road was miles away, and my car was parked where I could barely see it from the cabin. I had no phone signal, no way to call for help. I packed a bag with essentials and planned to hike out the next morning at first light. During the day, I kept watch. I heard the footsteps again, distant but present. I set traps and marked the trees to keep track of my path. I kept the fire burning bright, hoping it would deter anyone. I barely ate, barely rested. I barely slept, too scared to close my eyes. Suddenly, I heard voices outside, low, harsh, angry. I crept to the window, shining my flashlight into the dark. I saw a figure moving between the trees, just beyond the porch. I stepped back, heart pounding. The door handle rattled. I grabbed the poker and prepared for whatever came. At first light, I took my bag and left the cabin. I followed the trail I had marked, running when I could. The forest was thick, but I stayed focused. After hours, I found the road. I saw a car in the distance and waved my arms. They stopped. I got in and told them everything. I never went back to that cabin. I learned later that people had been living illegally in the woods nearby. They sometimes approached cabins, looking for supplies or shelter. I was lucky to get out. Now I stay away from remote places alone. The forest is beautiful, but it can hide real dangers. Looking back, I realize how close I came to real harm. The silence of the woods hides more than just animals. It hides people who don't want to be found. I was lucky because I stayed calm and prepared to defend myself. I learned that being alone in the wilderness is not just about facing nature. It's about facing the unknown people who might be watching from the shadows. I keep that cabin trip in my mind as a warning and a lesson. Sometimes, escaping the noise of the city isn't enough. You have to be ready for whatever waits in the quiet. I've always found peace in the woods. The way the trees stand tall and quiet, the way the wind whispers through the leaves, and the soft crunch of dirt underfoot. It all feels like a world away from the chaos of life. So when the chance came up to spend a week alone in a cabin deep in the forest, I jumped at it. I told myself it would be the perfect escape, a way to recharge and find some clarity. The cabin was in a remote area, far from any town or road, tucked between thick clusters of pine and fir. It was old, made of rough logs that had darkened over time, and the roof sagged in a few places. But it was sturdy. The windows were small, and the glass was cloudy with dust and age. Inside, the cabin smelled of wood smoke and something damp, like the smell you get in basements after rain. It had basic furniture, an old wooden table, a couple of chairs, a bed with a thin mattress, and a small wood stove for heat. There was no electricity, no running water. I brought everything I would need: water, food, batteries, a flashlight, and a first aid kit. The first day, I arrived just before noon, carrying my bags and a heavy pack. The sun was warm, and the air smelled of pine and earth. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds, insects, and the distant rustle of animals. I unlocked the cabin door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. It felt cold and quiet, but not in a bad way. It was the kind of quiet that makes you notice every little sound. The creak of wood settling, the whistle of the wind through the cracks, even my own breathing. After setting down my things, I went outside to explore. The cabin sat near a small clearing, about 50 feet wide, surrounded by tall trees that blocked most of the sunlight. There was a narrow path leading away from the cabin, winding deeper into the woods. I followed it for a while, careful to mark my way back, and noticed old tree stumps and moss-covered rocks. The forest floor was soft and uneven, covered with pine needles and leaves. As I walked, I saw deer tracks in the mud and heard a woodpecker tapping somewhere high above. When I returned, I gathered some dry wood for the stove and started a small fire. The warmth spread quickly, and the cabin felt less empty. I cooked some canned beans and bread, then sat by the stove, listening to the crackling flames. The shadows on the walls shifted as the firelight danced. Outside, the sun dipped lower, and soon the forest grew dark and still. Night came fast, and with it, the kind of silence you only get far away from cities. The sky was clear, full of stars that seemed close enough to touch. I stepped outside for a moment, breathing in the cold air, and felt a calm settle over me. Then I locked the door, grabbed my flashlight, and settled in for the night. That first night was peaceful, but I was aware of every creak and snap. The cabin shifted as it cooled, and outside, animals moved quietly in the underbrush. I tried to sleep, but the unfamiliar sounds kept me awake longer than usual. Eventually, I drifted off, the flashlight by my side in case I needed it. The next day, I woke early, feeling rested. I made coffee on the wood stove and ate some oatmeal. The plan was to stay here for 7 days, completely off the grid. No phone, no internet, just me, the cabin, and the forest. I wanted to disconnect from everything and clear my mind. I spent the morning exploring the nearby woods, taking note of landmarks like a large fallen tree and a rock outcrop covered in moss. I collected firewood and filled my water containers from a small stream I found about a quarter mile away. The water was cold and fresh, and I boiled it over the stove to make sure it was safe. The days passed slowly, each one blending into the next. I woke with the sun, ate simple meals, and spent hours walking the forest or sitting on the cabin's small porch, watching the world go by. At times, I felt completely alone and peaceful. Other times, a quiet unease crept in. a feeling that something was watching, just beyond sight. I told myself it was just nerves, the natural wariness that comes with being alone in the wild. On the third night, things started to change. I was lying on the bed, reading a book by flashlight, when I heard it. A low, soft sound, almost like someone moving outside the cabin. I froze, listening. The wind was still, so it couldn't be the trees. The noise came again, this time a faint scrape, like nails or claws dragging lightly across wood. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it out the window, sweeping the beam over the clearing. Nothing. The darkness seemed to press against the glass, thick and silent. I told myself it was probably a branch falling or an animal. Still, I locked the door and checked the windows, making sure everything was secure. Sleep was hard to come by that night. Every little noise made me sit up and listen. Around midnight, I heard the scraping sound again, this time closer to the cabin's side. I held the flashlight steady, trying to catch a glimpse of movement. After a few minutes, the noise stopped. Morning never came soon enough. When the first light filtered through the trees, I stepped outside, flashlight in hand. I walked around the cabin, searching for any sign of what might have made the sound. On the far side, I found scratches on the wooden logs, deep, uneven marks that looked like they were made by claws or something sharp. The wood was old and rough, but these scratches were fresh. My heart raced. I tried to stay calm, thinking maybe it was a wild animal, maybe a bear or a large raccoon, but the marks seemed strange, more like deliberate clawing than random scraping. I checked the area for tracks or footprints, but found nothing that looked clearly like human or animal prints, just the usual scattering of leaves and pine needles. That day, I stayed close to the cabin, gathering more firewood and keeping my knife nearby. I made sure the door was locked and checked the windows regularly. The sun felt oppressive, and the shadows seemed to cling longer than before. The forest felt less friendly. That night, the noises returned, louder and more persistent. Scrapes and thumps came from different sides of the cabin. I didn't sleep. I sat by the stove, flashlight and knife in hand, waiting for the sun to rise. On the fifth day, I decided to take a longer walk, hoping to clear my head and find a way out if things got worse. I packed my bag with water, some food, and my knife, and set off down the path. The forest was thick with fallen logs and tangled underbrush. The sunlight filtered through the canopy in patches. I tried to stay calm and keep track of my direction. After about an hour, I stumbled onto a small clearing. At first, it looked normal, just an open space with grass and some wildflowers. But then I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. There were strange marks on the ground, scattered pieces of torn fabric, broken branches arranged in odd patterns, and what looked like handprints pressed into the soft earth. The prints were smudged but definitely human, and they seemed fresh. I scanned the clearing carefully. It was quiet, too quiet.
No birdsong, no rustling.
The air felt thick, like it was holding its breath. I turned back quickly, retracing my steps to the cabin. When I got back, I checked the cabin carefully. More scratches on the logs, this time in a rough circle near the back door. The lock looked like it had been tampered with, though not broken. Someone had been trying to get in. Fear settled deep in my chest. I had come here for solitude, but now I felt trapped. I thought about leaving right away, but the path I took was narrow and easy to lose. I didn't want to wander lost in the forest at night. That night, the sounds escalated. Scraping, thumping, the snapping of branches close to the cabin. It felt like something or someone was pacing just outside the walls. I kept the flashlight ready and my knife close. Hours passed with no rest. On the sixth day, I decided I couldn't stay any longer. I packed what I could carry and planned to leave at first light. The night was the worst. The noises never stopped. At one point, I thought I heard someone whispering just outside the window, but I couldn't be sure. It was a sound on the edge of hearing, mixed with the wind. I barely slept. When the sky began to lighten, I slipped out quietly and started walking down the path. I kept my head low, watching for any signs of movement. The walk back felt endless. Every crack of a twig, every rustle of leaves made me jump. I moved fast, but the forest was dense and uneven, slowing me down. Twice I thought I heard footsteps behind me, but when I turned, there was nothing. After hours, I finally saw the edge of the trees and a gravel road beyond. Relief washed over me like a wave. I broke into a run, stumbling onto the road and looking back one last time. The forest looked dark and still, like nothing had happened. I flagged down a passing car and asked for help. They called the police and I told them what happened. They searched the area but found no one. The scratches on the cabin and the marks in the clearing were gone or hard to trace. I never went back. Now, months later, I still think the first time I saw the cabin, it was early morning and the mist was still thick over the trees. The way the sun barely cut through the fog made the whole forest look cold and empty. The cabin sat alone in a small clearing, its wooden walls faded and worn, like it had been there for decades. The windows were covered in dirt and grime, but the roof looked intact, with no missing shingles. A thin trail of smoke curled up from the chimney, and I could tell someone had been there recently. I had rented it for a week. I needed to get away from the city, away from people and noise, to clear my head. My job was draining me, and I felt like I was losing myself to stress. This cabin was the perfect place for me to be alone, to reset. No phone signal, no internet, no distractions. Just me and the woods. The drive to Ironwood Ridge had been long and bumpy. My car rattled on the narrow gravel road, winding through thick pine trees that blocked out most of the sky. The air smelled like damp earth and pine needles crushed underfoot. I passed no houses, no signs of life, just the occasional bird fluttering between branches. By the time I arrived, the sun was halfway up and the mist was starting to burn off. I got out of the car and stretched, feeling the cool morning air on my skin. The cabin door was unlocked, which made me a little uneasy, but I shrugged it off. Whoever owned it probably wanted renters to come easily. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The inside smelled of dust, old wood, and something faintly like mold. It was small, maybe 2 rooms. The main room had a stone fireplace with a few logs stacked beside it. There was a small kitchen corner with a rusty stove and a sink, and a worn-out table with 2 chairs. The other room was the bedroom with a simple bed, a dresser, and a tiny window that looked out into the forest. The floor creaked beneath my feet, and spider webs clung to the corners of the ceiling. I set my bags down and looked around carefully. The place was simple but cozy enough. There was a woodpile outside and some basic tools hanging on the wall near the door. I lit a fire in the fireplace, the smell of burning pine filling the room and warming the chill away. It was quiet except for the crackling fire and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. Outside, the forest stood silent. I spent the first day unpacking and exploring the surrounding woods. The trees were tall and close, their branches creating a thick canopy that filtered sunlight. The ground was covered in pine needles and fallen leaves, making soft sounds underfoot. I found a small creek nearby, its water clear and cold, trickling over smooth stones. It felt peaceful, the kind of place where you could breathe easy and forget everything else. But as night fell, something changed. The forest grew darker and heavier. The sounds of birds and insects stopped. All I could hear was the wind moving through the trees, like a low, steady whisper. The fire in the cabin was the only thing keeping the darkness at bay. I stayed close to it, feeling the warmth on my skin and the comfort of the light. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I felt like something was watching me. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed deeper, darker. Every small noise outside, branches snapping, leaves rustling, made my heart jump. I told myself it was just the forest settling, animals moving about, but the feeling would not go away. On the second day, I went deeper into the woods to hike. I wanted to see more of the area and maybe find a better water source or a spot to fish. The trees grew denser, the air cooler and damper under the shade. As I walked, I noticed strange marks on some of the trees, deep scratches like claws. They didn't look like any animal I knew. The marks were fresh, the wood underneath still pale. I stopped and looked around, but the forest seemed empty. No birds, no animals, just an eerie silence. My skin prickled. I pulled out my phone to check the time, but no signal. That was expected out here. I decided to turn back toward the cabin, but as I tried to retrace my steps, the forest felt different. The trees seemed to close in, and the trail was harder to follow. I wasn't sure I was going the right way. After walking for what felt like hours, I finally broke through the trees and saw the clearing with the cabin. I breathed a sigh of relief and quickened my pace. When I got back, the cabin looked the same, but the feeling of unease lingered. That night was worse than the first. The wind picked up, rattling the windows and making the branches scrape against the walls like fingernails. The fire burned low, and I had to keep feeding it to keep the warmth. Outside, something moved. I could hear it shifting through the brush. Heavy footsteps, slow and deliberate. I stayed as still as I could, watching the dark window with a knot in my stomach. The noise stopped suddenly, like whatever it was had vanished. But the fear stayed with me. On the third day, I found some old newspapers inside the cabin in a dusty box under the bed. They were yellowed and torn, some pages missing. Most were from years ago, but one caught my eye. It was about a missing person, a hiker who disappeared near Ironwood Ridge about 5 years back. The article mentioned that search parties found strange markings around the area, similar to what I had seen on the trees. The hiker was never found. Reading it made my skin crawl. The thought of something unknown lurking in these woods was hard to shake. I tried to focus on everyday tasks, fetching water from the creek, chopping wood, cooking simple meals. The isolation was heavy, but the work kept my mind busy. Still, every night the noises came back. Scratches on the cabin walls, heavy footsteps circling outside, shadows that moved just beyond the edge of the firelight. On the fourth day, I decided I needed to leave. I packed some things and planned to drive back the next morning. But the night before, the noises outside got worse. It wasn't just footsteps or branches this time. I heard low growls, deep and guttural, the kind of sound no normal animal makes. I stayed awake all night, sitting by the fire with a heavy stick in my hand, my ears straining for any sound. At one point, I heard something hit the door, a hard thud like a fist pounding wood. Then silence. Then the scratching again, this time slower, closer, like nails scraping against the siding. When dawn finally came, I was exhausted and scared out of my mind. I decided not to wait. I threw my things into the car and locked the cabin door behind me. As I drove away, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something standing in the clearing. I didn't stop until I was back on the main highway. Later, I learned from a ranger that the area was known for illegal hunting and poaching. Some people had used the woods as a place to hide from the law. The scratches on the trees and sounds I heard could have been from desperate men, not animals. The missing hiker story was tragic, but likely a warning about those dangers, not about ghosts or monsters. I never went back to that cabin. The forest felt different to me now, less a peaceful retreat, more a place where you could get lost or worse. Even months later, I still felt the weight of those nights, the silence that screamed louder than any noise, the feeling that something unseen was just out there, watching, waiting. And maybe some places in the woods aren't meant for us to be alone. I had been planning this trip for months. After a year of nonstop work and city noise, I just needed to get away. Far away. I wanted something simple and quiet, a place with no distractions, no internet, no phone signal, no people. A cabin in the woods seemed perfect. Not one of those fancy, rented-out cabins with hot tubs and Wi-Fi, but a real old cabin deep in the forest. Something isolated and basic, where I could be alone with just the sounds of nature. The kind of place where you can hear the wind through the trees, the creak of old wood, and maybe a bird or two in the distance. I found a small cabin for rent in a very remote area. It was old but sturdy, built decades ago by a local family and left mostly untouched. No modern plumbing, just a well and a small wood stove for heat. The nearest town was miles away, and the dirt road to the cabin was rough and often hard to find. I packed carefully. Food for a week, plenty of water, warm clothes, a first aid kit, a flashlight, batteries, and a reliable map since GPS was useless out there. Driving to the cabin was the first test. The road got narrower and more overgrown as I went deeper into the forest. Sometimes I had to stop and clear branches or push bushes aside just to pass. The sun was setting by the time I finally saw the cabin through the trees. A small wooden structure with faded paint, a creaky porch, and a rusty mailbox hanging crookedly from a post. It was exactly what I hoped for. I unloaded my bags and took my time settling in. The air smelled fresh but earthy, thick with pine and wet leaves. No sounds from other people, no cars, just the quiet hum of insects and the occasional bird call. I unpacked the food and water, lit a fire in the wood stove, and sat on the porch with a cup of instant coffee, watching the sun dip behind the tall trees. That first night was peaceful. I slept on the creaky bed covered in a thick quilt, listening to the rain tap softly on the roof. No sounds from outside except the natural ones. The drip of rain, the rustle of branches, and the distant hoot of an owl. I felt calm and safe. The next day, I explored the area around the cabin. The forest was dense, with thick underbrush and towering pines. I followed a faint trail leading downhill to a small stream where the water was clear and cold. I refilled my water bottles and sat on a rock, letting the cold water run over my fingers. The air was cool and fresh, and the quiet was almost heavy. I felt like I was completely cut off from the world. As the day went on, I gathered some dry wood and kept the fire stove going. I cooked simple meals and read a book by the fire. Sometimes I heard twigs snap in the distance or saw small animals dart through the trees, but they never came close. Everything felt natural, even comforting. But on the third night, something changed. I was lying awake in bed, the fire long out, when I heard it. A slow, deliberate sound outside. At first, it was faint, like a heavy footstep pressing down on dry leaves. Then another and another. The steps came closer, stopping just beyond the edge of the porch. I held my breath, waiting for a noise or a glimpse of movement. Nothing. The silence stretched on, except for my pounding heart. I got up quietly and looked out the window. The porch was empty, but the darkness beyond was thick and deep, like a wall. I felt exposed and vulnerable. I locked the door and sat back on the bed, gripping the blanket. The footsteps didn't come back that night, but sleep was impossible. I kept hearing little noises, twigs breaking, leaves rustling, something scraping gently against the side of the cabin. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon looking for food, but the way the noises moved so carefully and slowly didn't feel right. It was too precise, too measured. The next morning, I decided to check outside. In the weak morning light, the ground was damp and soft. I saw footprints near the porch, heavy, irregular, and too large to be any normal animal. They weren't fresh, but they hadn't been there the day before. I followed the trail into the forest. The prints were uneven, as if whoever or whatever made them was limping or dragging something. I didn't want to believe it, but a part of me knew. Someone had been here, watching me. The thought sent a chill down my spine. I hurried back to the cabin, locked all the doors and windows, and checked my supplies. I still had plenty of food and water, but I wasn't sure how much longer I could stay calm. The rest of the day was a blur. I avoided going outside except for quick trips to gather firewood. Every shadow seemed to move, every rustle made me jump. The forest didn't feel friendly anymore. It felt like it was closing in. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat by the fire with a knife I found in the kitchen drawer, ready for anything. Hours passed, and the footsteps came again. Slow, heavy, deliberate. This time, they circled the cabin. I counted them: one step, pause, another step, pause. It was a pattern, like the person outside was walking carefully, maybe trying to decide something. The firelight flickered, casting long shadows on the walls. I held the knife tighter. Suddenly, I heard a faint scraping noise against the porch railing. My breath caught. Something was trying to get in. I stared into the darkness, straining to see. Then the sound stopped. The footsteps retreated, slow and cautious, fading into the distance. I sat frozen until dawn, the knife clutched in my hand, too scared to move. The next day, I didn't waste any time. I packed up quickly, keeping an eye on the forest as I loaded my bags. I didn't want to leave anything behind that could slow me down. As I started walking toward my car, the footprints appeared again, following me just inside the tree line, always just out of sight but close enough to know I wasn't alone. I kept my pace steady, trying not to panic, but I felt their eyes on me the whole time. The sun was low, and the forest shadows grew longer. I didn't look back. When I finally reached the car, I slammed the door shut, locked it, and sat inside for a moment, heart racing. I started the engine and sped down the rough road without stopping. The forest stayed silent behind me. When I finally reached the town and the safety of other people, I breathed easier. I called the rental agency and told them I was leaving early. They said they hadn't heard of any problems before, but I didn't want to explain. I just wanted to get home. That experience stayed with me for a long time. I thought about those footsteps, the feeling of being watched, the silence that wasn't peaceful but tense and heavy. I realized how easy it is to forget that the wilderness isn't always empty or safe. Sometimes there are other people out there who don't want you there, and they'll watch you from the shadows, waiting. I never went back to that cabin. I found other places to escape, but none that felt quite so raw and real. Sometimes I think about that night, about the eyes in the dark, and I'm glad I trusted my instincts to leave. It was a clear warning, a reminder that some places hide dangers you can't ignore. Not because of ghosts or monsters, but because of people who don't want you to be free in the wild. I never imagined how a simple weekend trip could turn into something that felt like a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. It all started as a break from my usual routine. Work had been stressful, and the constant noise of the city was wearing me down. I wanted silence, nature, and some time to myself. That's how I ended up renting an old cabin deep in the woods, far away from the nearest town. The cabin wasn't fancy. It was small, made of weathered wood, with a rusty metal roof and a thin chimney that barely poked out smoke when it was cold. The place had no cell signal, no Wi-Fi, and electricity came from a small generator that the owner said I could use if needed. The nearest neighbor was miles away. It sounded perfect. I packed my things the night before: clothes, food, water, a first aid kit, a flashlight with extra batteries, a map, and a small camping stove. I didn't want to rely on the generator more than necessary. My plan was simple: arrive Friday afternoon, spend the night, hike the nearby trails Saturday, then come back Sunday morning. The drive was long but peaceful. The further I went, the more the houses disappeared, replaced by thick forests on both sides of the road. I passed a few signs warning about wildlife, bears, wolves, and the like, but I wasn't worried. I had read about how rare such encounters were. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was dipping behind the trees. The shadows were long and the air cool. I parked my car in a small clearing next to the cabin. The ground was uneven, covered with dead leaves and pine needles that crackled under my boots. The silence was the first thing that hit me.
No cars, no planes, no voices.
Just the faint rustle of wind through the branches. The cabin looked even more worn up close. The wood was cracked in places, and the windows were dirty with dust and spider webs. The door creaked loudly when I opened it. Inside, the air was stale but dry. There was a small kitchen area with a sink, a counter, and a few cupboards. A wood stove sat in the corner, surrounded by an old stack of firewood. There was a single room with a bed covered by a thin blanket and a small table with a lantern. I dropped my bags and started to unpack. I filled a kettle with water and lit the stove, trying to get a fire going. It was harder than I thought, but eventually, I had a small flame crackling warmly. The glow pushed back the shadows in the room, making it feel less empty. After dinner, I sat by the stove with a book. Outside, the forest was already dark. The windows framed thick trunks and the faint outline of branches moving in the wind. I heard occasional bird calls and the distant hoot of an owl. The silence was almost complete, except for the occasional creak of the cabin settling. I checked my phone. No signal, just the spinning wheel that never stopped. I wasn't worried. I had no one to call anyway. Later, I went to bed early. The mattress was thin and the pillow flat, but I was tired enough to fall asleep quickly. The wind howled outside, and rain started to tap softly on the roof. It was comforting in a way. Then, around midnight, I woke up. At first, I thought I heard footsteps outside. Not loud, but deliberate. Slow and steady, like someone walking around the cabin. My heart started to race. Maybe a wild animal? But the footsteps sounded too light and measured for that. They seemed human. I got up quietly, careful not to wake my sleeping dog who was in his crate next to the bed. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door a crack. The rain had stopped, but the ground was wet. I could see my footprints leading away from the cabin, but no other tracks. I shone the flashlight around the clearing. The trees stood tall, their leaves wet and dark in the beam. Nothing moved. I told myself it was probably my imagination or the wind playing tricks. Still, I locked the door again and double-checked the windows. They were all shut tight. I went back to bed but didn't sleep well. Every little sound made me tense up. The wind picked up again and the cabin groaned. I kept the flashlight close. In the early morning, I decided to take a look around the property. The rain had stopped, and the ground was soggy but firm. The forest was dense with tall pine and fir trees. The air smelled fresh and earthy. As I walked near the tree line, I noticed something strange. Small footprints in the mud. They were human, small, like a child's, and they circled the cabin once before disappearing into the woods. My stomach sank. I tried to convince myself it was an animal or someone's prank, but the tracks were unmistakably human. I went back inside and locked the doors again. I thought about calling the owner, but no signal. I had to get through the day without worrying. I spent the day hiking the trails, keeping an eye out for anything unusual. The forest was beautiful but eerie. The silence was heavier than usual. I kept thinking about the footprints. When I returned to the cabin, the sun was setting again. I lit the stove and made dinner. I tried to stay calm, telling myself I was overthinking it. That night, the footsteps returned. They circled the cabin again, slow and quiet. But this time I heard voices, muffled, low, unintelligible. I froze, heart pounding. I stayed inside, flashlight in hand. The noises stopped before dawn. The next morning, I found more footprints, not just small ones but larger, adult-sized. They circled the cabin twice. There were no signs of anyone else on the property when I looked around. I realized someone was watching me. Not just a random hiker, but someone who knew the cabin well and was tracking me. Panic set in. I started packing quickly. I didn't want to stay one more night. But before I could leave, I noticed the car was missing. My car. I ran to the clearing where I had parked it. It was gone. My mind raced. Someone had taken it. I was trapped. The cabin was miles from the nearest town. No phone, no car. The forest closed in all around. I checked the windows and doors, all still locked. Whoever took my car hadn't come inside. Or maybe they hadn't needed to. I tried to calm myself. Maybe it was some local people who knew the area and took the car for a joyride, planning to bring it back. But what if they didn't? I looked at the dirt road leading back to the main road. I could try walking. It would be hours, but I had no choice. I grabbed my backpack, filled my water bottle, and left the cabin. The air was cold and damp. The forest around me seemed alive. Every twig snapped underfoot sounded loud. I kept looking over my shoulder. As I walked, I noticed fresh footprints next to mine. Someone was following me. The footprints matched the size of the adult ones I saw near the cabin. I increased my pace, but the other steps matched mine. Fear made my heart hammer. I wanted to scream, but held it in. No one would hear me. Suddenly, I heard a twig break to my right. I stopped, breath caught in my throat. The footsteps stopped too. I waited, holding still. The wind blew leaves across the path. After a few minutes, I started walking again, faster this time. I reached a small clearing with a dirt road. I hoped it led to the main highway. I kept walking. Hours passed. The sun was low in the sky. Then I saw lights in the distance. Cars. I ran toward them. Passing drivers slowed and stopped when they saw me. I didn't say a word, just pointed to the forest. They called the police. I told everything to the officers when they arrived at the cabin. They searched the area and found tire tracks from my car abandoned a few miles away. They found no signs of anyone near the cabin. After that weekend, I never went back to that part of the woods. I rented a cabin closer to town if I wanted to get away. The memory of those footsteps and the stolen car haunted me for months. I realized how vulnerable we are in nature, how quickly safety can vanish. It wasn't ghosts or monsters that scared me. It was the knowledge that someone else was out there, watching and waiting, invisible but very real. That weekend taught me to always prepare better, to trust my instincts, and never take safety for granted. It started as a trip I thought would be simple, something to break away from the routine of work and city life. I needed a few days alone, away from the noise and the stress, to clear my head and recharge. I had found a small cabin for rent at Pine Ridge, a remote area about 4 hours from the city. I had never been to that part of the woods before. It was far enough to feel isolated, but close enough that if something went wrong, I could get help eventually. The cabin was nothing fancy, but it looked solid in the pictures. A small, wooden structure with a stone chimney, surrounded by tall pine trees. It sat on the edge of a clearing with a small dirt road leading up to it. I booked it for 4 nights, hoping to spend that time hiking, reading, and just being quiet. The last few months had been rough for me. Stress from work piling up, a recent breakup, and a general feeling of burnout. I thought being alone with nature might fix that. I packed my car carefully the night before. Food for the days, a first aid kit, a few flashlights, extra batteries, a sleeping bag, a few books, and a basic camping stove. I didn't expect to need much more. The GPS got me there without trouble, even as the paved roads turned into gravel and then into a rutted dirt track. It was early afternoon when I pulled up to the cabin. The sun was shining, but the air was cool and crisp. Pine needles crunched under my boots as I walked around the place, taking it all in. The cabin was smaller than I expected. Just one room with a small kitchen corner and a wood stove for heat. There was an old couch, a table, a bed in the corner. Everything was dusty but clean enough. The previous renters must have left recently. The fridge was empty, which was good. I preferred to bring my own food anyway. Outside, the clearing was wide, and the forest closed in tightly around it. The trees were tall, their trunks thick and covered in rough bark. The smell of pine was strong, mixed with damp earth. It was peaceful here, almost too peaceful. I spent the first evening chopping some wood and starting a fire in the stove. The flames warmed the room quickly, and the crackling sound was comforting. I cooked some soup on the stove, ate slowly, then settled down on the couch with a book. Outside, the sky darkened, and stars started to appear. The silence was complete except for the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. I felt relaxed, more so than I had in months. The next morning, I woke early to the soft light filtering through the small window. I made coffee and ate some granola bars, then set off to explore. There was a trail marked on the small map the rental company provided. It led deeper into the woods, past a small creek, and up a ridge with a view over the valley below. I followed it carefully, my boots crunching on fallen leaves and twigs. The forest was alive with birdsong and the distant tapping of woodpeckers. As I walked, I noticed the trail was less maintained the further I went. The path narrowed and fallen branches blocked parts of it. I had to step over logs and push aside low-hanging branches. The forest felt denser here, the sunlight barely reaching the ground. I thought about turning back, but I kept going. I wanted to see the view at the top of the ridge. When I reached the clearing at the ridge, I was breathless but satisfied. The valley spread out below, dotted with patches of forest and small streams glittering in the sun. I stayed there for a while, drinking water and just taking it in. The air was colder up here, and the wind picked up, rustling the treetops. After a few minutes, I started heading back down, retracing my steps carefully. Back at the cabin, the afternoon passed quietly. I prepared a simple dinner, cleaned up, and spent some time writing in a small notebook I had brought. I like to keep a journal during trips like this. It helped me focus on the present, capture small details. The night came again, bringing its deep silence. I was glad of the fire, the warm glow pushing back the darkness. On the third day, something felt different. I woke to a chill in the air despite the fire still glowing low in the stove. The wind was stronger, howling softly through the trees. I checked the weather on my phone. Cell service was spotty here, but good enough to get a basic report. A storm was coming in, heavy rain and strong winds. I planned to stay inside and wait it out. That morning, I secured the cabin's windows and doors as best I could. The glass was old and rattled when the wind hit it. I stacked extra wood beside the stove and prepared some hot drinks. Outside, the sky grew dark quickly, thick clouds rolling in. The wind bent the tall pines, making a low groaning sound. I felt a creeping unease, a sense of being watched or not quite alone, though I knew there was no one else around. As the first drops of rain began, I sat by the window, watching the forest blur in sheets of water. The storm arrived suddenly and with force. Thunder crashed overhead, and the wind roared, shaking the cabin. The power was out immediately, but I had brought candles and flashlights. I lit a few candles and kept close to the stove for warmth. Hours passed, the storm showing no sign of easing. The rain hammered the roof, and branches scraped against the cabin's walls. I tried to focus on my book, but the noise was distracting. Occasionally, I thought I heard something else. A crack in the forest, a snapping twig, maybe footsteps. Every time I looked outside with my flashlight, I saw nothing but rain and shaking trees. Late in the night, the power flickered briefly and then stayed out. The cabin felt colder despite the stove's warmth. The storm seemed to be moving, but the wind was still strong. I decided to check the windows again, making sure they were secure. When I looked outside, I caught a glimpse of something in the trees' movement, a shadow larger than any animal I'd expect here. I froze, heart pounding. The shape didn't move like a deer or a bear. It seemed to stand upright, barely visible through the rain and darkness. I blinked and looked again. It was gone. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, a branch moving in the wind. But the feeling stayed. I locked the door again, pulled a chair in front of it, and sat down with my back against the wall. Sleep came hard that night. I kept hearing sounds. Footsteps crunching on the wet ground outside, low growls or snarls, the snap of branches breaking. The rain finally eased around dawn, leaving a heavy mist hanging in the air. I opened the door cautiously and stepped outside. The forest looked different after the storm. Fallen branches and leaves littered the clearing. The dirt road was muddy and slick, but the worst was the tracks I found in the soft earth near the cabin's side. A set of large footprints, not quite like any animal I knew. They were human-shaped but much bigger than mine. The prints disappeared into the forest, ending abruptly at the tree line. I didn't want to stay another night. I packed quickly, loading my gear into the car. The road was a mess of mud and puddles, but I managed to get the car started and headed back towards civilization. The entire drive, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following. Nothing was there, but the fear didn't go away. When I got home, I locked the doors and windows tight. I called the rental company to tell them what happened. They sounded surprised, but said no one else had reported anything unusual. Still, I knew what I had seen. Whatever was out there wasn't just an animal, and it certainly wasn't friendly. I never went back to Pine Ridge. The cabin stayed empty after my trip, and I didn't try to contact the owners again. The experience left me shaken, more cautious. I stopped taking solitude for granted. The forest had felt alive, yes, but not in a good way. It was watching, waiting. In the end, I learned something important. Nature isn't always peaceful or safe. Sometimes it holds secrets better left alone. The cabin at Pine Ridge taught me that. And even now, I remember the footprints in the mud and the shadow in the storm, and I'm glad I got away when I did. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. After months of stress at work and barely having a moment to myself, I decided I needed to get away. I wanted a place where I could disconnect from everything: the internet, the noise of the city, and the endless rush of daily life. A cabin in the woods seemed perfect. Just me, a small cabin surrounded by trees, quiet, isolated. I could bring a few books, some food, and spend a week alone.
No distractions.
I found a small cabin for rent in a remote part of the state. It was in an area known for thick forest and little human activity. The cabin was old but sturdy. It had the basics: a wood stove for heat, running water, and a small solar panel for power. No phone service, no neighbors for miles, just a dirt road leading in and a hiking trail nearby. The drive to the cabin was long and winding. The last few miles were on a narrow, unpaved road that snaked through dense pine trees. I saw no other cars, no houses. The air smelled sharp and clean, full of pine and damp earth. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was low, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The cabin sat on a small clearing, surrounded by tall trees. It looked like something from a different time, weathered by years of rain and wind. The wood was dark and rough, and a thin chimney poked through the slanted roof. I parked the car nearby and unloaded my bags. Inside, it was simple but cozy. A small table and chairs, a bed in the corner, and shelves filled with old books and a few dusty pots and pans. The windows were small and a bit grimy, but they let in just enough light. I spent the first evening unpacking and making a fire in the wood stove. The smell of burning wood filled the room and made me feel warm and safe. Outside, the forest was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves or distant bird call. I made a simple dinner, canned beans heated over the stove and some bread, and ate slowly, enjoying the silence. That night, I slept better than I had in months. The quiet was strange but comforting. No car horns, no sirens, no phones buzzing. Just the steady, calm darkness of the woods. The next day, I planned to explore the area. I wanted to stretch my legs and see the nearby hiking trail. I packed a small backpack with water, snacks, and a map I'd printed before leaving home. The trailhead was a short walk from the cabin, just beyond a thick line of trees. The forest was dense, the ground covered with fallen needles and dry leaves. The sunlight filtered through the branches in soft beams, making the air smell fresh and alive. As I walked, I felt a strange mix of peace and unease. The forest was beautiful but vast and unfamiliar. The trail twisted and turned, sometimes rising over small hills, sometimes dipping near a stream. I could hear birds singing and the quiet rush of water. Every now and then, I spotted small animals: a squirrel, a woodpecker, a deer darting between the trees. I kept my phone in my pocket but didn't expect to have signal out here. It felt good not to be connected. I walked for a few hours, stopping sometimes to rest or drink water. The trail was well marked but narrow. I stayed alert, paying attention to my surroundings. I knew I was far from help if anything went wrong. On the third day, things started to feel different. The morning began normally. I woke early, made coffee on the stove, and ate oatmeal. The sky was gray and overcast, the wind picking up slightly. I decided to take another walk, this time in a different direction. As I stepped outside, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the soft mud near the cabin, heavy boot prints, fresh and deep. They led from the edge of the woods toward the cabin, then back again. I didn't recognize the prints. I live near the city and am used to seeing footprints around parks and streets, but out here, no one else was supposed to be around. I felt a chill. My first thought was that maybe someone else had come to the cabin, perhaps another renter or a local passing through, but I hadn't heard or seen anyone. The place was so remote that it seemed unlikely. I checked the locks on the doors and windows again, just to be sure. Everything was secure. Still, I felt uneasy. I went for a short walk on the nearby trail but stayed close to the cabin. The forest was quiet, maybe too quiet. I couldn't hear the usual birds or rustling leaves. It was as if the woods were holding their breath. That night, I slept fitfully. Every sound outside made me tense up. The creak of a tree branch, the scurrying of small animals, the distant call of a crow. I kept the wood stove fire going longer than usual. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that I was just imagining things. On the fourth day, I decided to clean up around the cabin. The wind had knocked down some branches and scattered leaves across the porch. I gathered the woodpile to prepare for the next few nights. As I worked, I noticed more signs that someone had been near the cabin. There were small pieces of trash, a torn plastic bottle cap, a crumpled candy wrapper that I hadn't left. The thought that someone had been watching or approaching the cabin without my knowledge made my skin crawl. I considered leaving right then, but I had driven too far to give up so easily. I told myself to be careful, stay alert, and keep the doors locked. That evening, I set the cabin up to be as secure as possible. I placed heavy furniture against the doors, checked the windows, and kept a knife nearby just in case. I felt foolish for being so paranoid, but the feeling wouldn't go away. After I ate dinner, I sat by the window looking out into the dark woods. The sky had cleared, and the stars shone bright. The forest seemed peaceful again. Still, I noticed something moving just beyond the tree line, a shadow slipping quickly between trunks. My heart jumped. I strained my eyes but couldn't see clearly. Whatever it was gone in a moment. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon. I tried to relax and go to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I imagined footsteps outside, someone watching me through the window. The 5th day was the worst. I woke up early and went outside to get some fresh air. The morning was cold and foggy, the kind of fog that hangs low and thick between the trees. I noticed the footprints again, this time more numerous, circling the cabin. I followed them carefully. They led to the back of the cabin, then disappeared into the woods. I felt a sudden dread wash over me. Whoever had been here was not just passing through. They had been watching, maybe even waiting. I decided I needed to find a way to get help. But there was no phone signal, and the nearest town was miles away. The dirt road was the only way in or out. I spent the day preparing. I packed a bag with essentials: food, water, flashlight, my phone, a lighter, and the knife. I cleaned the cabin thoroughly and made sure everything was in order in case I had to leave quickly. As night fell, the fog returned, thicker than before. I lit the stove and kept the windows covered with heavy curtains. I sat as close to the door as possible, ready to react if anyone tried to enter. Around midnight, I heard it, a soft scraping sound outside the door, like someone dragging their foot slowly across the porch. I froze. The sound stopped. Then came another noise, a faint whispering, so low I couldn't make out the words. I wanted to call out, to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. The scraping came again, this time around the side of the cabin. I moved quietly to a window and peeked out. The fog was so thick I could barely see. I felt trapped, vulnerable, and alone. I stayed awake the entire night, clutching the knife and listening to every sound. The noises never returned, but the feeling of being watched was unbearable. The next morning, I decided I couldn't stay. I had to get out no matter what. I packed quickly and loaded the car. Before I left, I took one last look around the cabin. There were more footprints than ever, circling like a warning. As I drove down the dirt road, I felt a mix of relief and fear. Relief that I was leaving, but fear over what might have happened if I stayed. Back in town, I called the rental agency and told them what had happened. They listened but didn't seem surprised. Apparently, there had been reports of trespassers in the area. Local kids or drifters who liked to hang around the woods. No one knew exactly who or why, but it was common enough that renters were warned to be cautious. I never went back to that cabin. The experience stayed with me for a long time. I realized how quickly a peaceful place can become threatening when you feel unsafe and alone. Nature is beautiful, but it can also be unpredictable and harsh. I'm glad I trusted my instincts and left when I did. Sometimes, the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but real people and real dangers hiding in the shadows. I needed a break from everything. Work had drained me. My days were packed with meetings, deadlines, and constant emails. Even when I got home, I couldn't relax. My phone kept buzzing, and my mind never shut off. I'd been putting off taking time for myself for too long. Finally, I cleared my schedule and booked a remote cabin in northern Vermont for 10 days. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I'd be going. I just said I'd be off-grid and left it at that. The cabin was deep in the woods, about 15 miles from the nearest town. I had to drive down a narrow dirt road that twisted through thick forest. The cabin wasn't big, just one floor with a small porch. It had running water from a nearby well, solar panels for electricity, and a wood stove for heat. No phone signal, no internet. That was the point. I brought a cooler packed with food, plenty of water, and enough firewood stacked by the wall to last me weeks. The first few days were peaceful. I went on walks through the woods, cooked simple meals, read books I hadn't touched in years, and sat on the porch listening to the wind move through the trees. I slept more than I had in months. The silence was deep, the kind that you forget exists when you live in a city. But as the days went on, something started to feel off. It wasn't something I could put my finger on at first, just a tension in the air, like the forest was holding its breath. I would hear things at night, not the usual sounds, no owls, no crickets, no wind rustling the leaves, just silence, too much of it. And then sometimes, something that broke that silence. A snap of a branch, a crunch of footsteps in the leaves. Not animals, heavier, steadier, measured. On the fifth night, I woke up to what I thought was someone walking around outside. I stayed still, listening. My heart was pounding. The footsteps circled the cabin, slowly. Then they stopped. I didn't hear anything after that. In the morning, I found faint impressions in the dirt behind the cabin. Not clear enough to make out, but they weren't mine. I knew that much. I told myself it could have been a deer or a bear. Maybe I was being paranoid. I tried to go back to normal. Went for a short hike, made lunch, chopped some wood. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept waking up, listening for sounds. At some point, I must have drifted off because I woke up again just before dawn. The door was unlocked. I knew I had locked it. I checked it twice before going to bed. I stood there, staring at the door, trying to figure out if I had sleepwalked or if maybe I forgot after all. But my gut told me someone had been inside. Nothing was missing, nothing was moved, but I couldn't shake it. I pushed the dresser in front of the door after that. The next day, I hiked out to the edge of the property where my car was parked. I thought about leaving, but I couldn't bring myself to turn back after coming all this way. I figured I'd cut the trip short if anything else weird happened. That night, I loaded the fireplace and kept an axe close by. I didn't plan to sleep, but sometime around 3 a.m., I must have passed out in the chair by the fire. I woke up to a noise outside, a dragging sound, like something heavy was being pulled across the ground. I turned off the lamp and crouched by the window. I couldn't see much, just shadows. Then I saw movement. Something or someone was behind the trees, watching the cabin. I stayed there, not moving, barely breathing. After maybe 5 minutes, they stepped back and disappeared into the dark. I didn't sleep at all after that. As soon as the sun rose, I packed my bag, grabbed my cooler, and loaded up the car. I left everything else behind. I drove straight into town and checked into the only motel I could find. I asked the owner if anyone else lived near that part of the forest. He said no, just hunting land, mostly. Nobody out there this time of year. I didn't tell him what happened. I didn't tell anyone. I just said I was cutting my trip short. I drove home the next morning. I tried to forget about it, but I couldn't. The weirdest part wasn't what I saw. It was what I didn't see. No signs of forced entry. No clear footprints.
No stolen belongings.
Just the feeling, that crawling, gut-deep certainty that someone had been watching me. Weeks went by, then months. Nothing happened, but the experience stuck with me. I started locking every door and window in my apartment. I added cameras. I kept a baseball bat by the bed. I hated that I had changed, but I couldn't help it. A year later, I went back to Vermont, not to stay in the cabin. I wanted closure. I hiked back to the area in daylight. The cabin was still there, weather-worn but standing. The wood was darker, the porch was starting to rot, but everything was more or less the same. I walked around, checked the door, still unlocked. I stepped inside. It was colder than I remembered. Dust covered every surface. My books were still stacked on the shelf. My jacket was still hanging by the door. My boots were by the fireplace. Nothing had been touched. Then I found something. On the kitchen table was a Polaroid photo. It showed the cabin from the outside, from the edge of the trees. It had been taken from the same angle I had seen the figure standing that night. In the corner of the photo, in faint handwriting, it said, "See you again soon." I left. I didn't run, but I walked fast. I didn't take anything. I just got out. I never went back. I moved across the country not long after. I don't go camping anymore. I don't stay in remote places. I don't like the woods, because someone out there does. And they're waiting. I don't care if it sounds paranoid. I know what I felt. I know what I saw. And I know someone was there. I just hope they never find out where I live now. I had always been drawn to solitude. After years of city life, the constant noise, and the endless stream of people, I craved silence. So, when I stumbled upon an old, secluded cabin listed for sale in the heart of the woods, I saw it as an opportunity to escape. The listing mentioned that it was off-grid, surrounded by dense forest, and miles away from the nearest neighbor. It was perfect. Read it, too. The day I arrived, the sun was setting, casting long shadows through the trees. The cabin was rustic, with weathered wooden walls and a tin roof that had seen better days. Inside, it was sparse but functional, a small kitchen, a living area with a wood-burning stove, and a single bedroom. I unpacked my essentials, lit a fire, and settled in for the night. The first few days were peaceful. I spent my time chopping wood, exploring the surrounding forest, and enjoying the tranquility. The only sounds were the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves. I felt at peace. diatmika.org 3. However, on the fourth night, I was awakened by a noise. It was a faint tapping, rhythmic and deliberate. I sat up in bed, straining to hear. The tapping continued, coming from the direction of the front door. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously approached. When I opened the door, there was nothing, just the dark forest and the cool night air. I dismissed it as a branch knocking against the cabin and went back to bed. But the next night, the tapping returned, louder and more insistent. Again, I found nothing outside. This pattern continued for several nights, each time the noise growing louder, more aggressive. I began to feel uneasy. During the day, I noticed subtle changes. Objects slightly moved, footprints in the dirt around the cabin, and the feeling of being watched. I started to question my sanity. Was isolation playing tricks on me? YouTube 4. Determined to find answers, I set up a makeshift alarm system using tin cans and string around the perimeter. That night, I was jolted awake by the clattering of cans. I rushed outside with my flashlight, scanning the area. In the distance, I caught a glimpse of a figure disappearing into the trees. Panic set in. I realized I wasn't alone. Someone was out there watching me, toying with me. I decided to leave at first light. But when morning came, I discovered that my vehicle's tires had been slashed. I was trapped. I spent the day fortifying the cabin, barricading doors and windows, and keeping a weapon close. As night fell, the tapping returned, now accompanied by whispers and the sound of footsteps circling the cabin. I stayed awake, heart pounding, waiting for dawn. When morning arrived, the noises ceased. I ventured outside, finding more footprints and signs of tampering. I knew I had to escape. I gathered supplies and set off on foot, navigating through the dense forest, hoping to find help. After hours of trekking, I stumbled upon a ranger station. I reported the incidents, and authorities investigated. They found evidence of someone living in the woods watching the cabin. The intruder was never caught. I never returned to the cabin. The experience left me shaken, a stark reminder that even in solitude, one is never truly alone. It was late October when I decided to take a break from work and rent a small cabin up north. I had been working nonstop for almost 2 years without a real vacation, and it was starting to get to me. My sleep was all over the place, I was irritable, and I felt like I was constantly on edge. I didn't want to fly anywhere or deal with crowds, so I found this remote cabin online, deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. It was marketed as a place to disconnect, with no internet or cell signal. That's exactly what I thought I needed. The drive up there took almost 7 hours. The last hour was on a narrow dirt road that twisted through thick forest. My GPS had lost signal about 15 miles back, so I had to rely on a printed map and vague directions from the rental site. By the time I arrived, it was late afternoon, and the sun was low in the sky. The cabin was small, old, and made of dark wood. It sat near a cold, quiet lake, surrounded by trees. There were no other homes or buildings around, just thick woods and the sound of wind rustling through the trees. I parked and stepped out into the chilly air. The smell of pine and damp earth hit me right away. It was quiet, really quiet. No cars, no distant hum of a highway. Just birds, the creak of tree branches, and my own footsteps crunching over dead leaves. I liked it right away. Felt like I could finally breathe. Inside, the cabin was simple. One bedroom, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room with a wood stove. There was electricity, but no TV, no Wi-Fi, and no phone service. The furniture was old but clean. There were extra blankets, canned food in the pantry, and stacks of firewood on the porch. I spent the first evening unpacking, making a simple dinner, and lighting a fire in the stove. I read an old magazine I'd brought and went to bed early, feeling good for the first time in a while. The first 2 days were peaceful. I went for long walks through the woods, explored the lake shore, and sat out on the porch wrapped in a blanket, just listening to nature. I cooked simple meals, wrote in a notebook, and slept like a rock. I felt the stress draining out of me, but on the third night, something shifted. Started around midnight. I was asleep but woke up suddenly. I couldn't say why at first. There was no sound, no light, nothing obvious. But I had this strange, tight feeling in my chest, like something was off. I got up and looked out the window. The forest was still. The moon was out, casting silver light over everything. I stared for a minute and didn't see anything. Eventually, I went back to bed. The next morning, I went out to collect some kindling. That's when I noticed the prints. They were on the soft earth near the side of the cabin. At first, I thought they were from a deer, but they were too deep and too wide. They weren't boots either, bare feet, large ones, much too large to be mine. I bent down and studied them. 5 toes, wide pads, deep heel marks. Human-like, but too big. The stride was long, too. I followed them a few steps until they vanished into the forest. I tried to brush it off. Maybe someone had been passing through? Maybe some kind of prank? But who would be out here barefoot in the cold? And why? That day, I felt uneasy. I kept checking behind me on my walk. I cut it short and stayed close to the cabin. I kept the fire going and stayed indoors. That night, I locked the doors and windows tight, even though I'd barely bothered the first 2 nights. Around 1 a.m., I woke up again. This time, I knew what had woken me. A thump came from the side of the cabin. A heavy, dull thump, like something hitting the wall. I sat up in bed and listened. Nothing. Then, another thump, closer to the window. I didn't move. I just sat there, heart pounding. The third thump was louder. Then silence. I slowly got out of bed and crept to the window. I couldn't see anything. The moonlight wasn't as bright that night. The shadows under the trees were thick and deep. I stared for what felt like 20 minutes. Nothing. I checked all the windows again. Locked. I didn't sleep well the rest of the night. The next morning, I went outside and looked at the wall where I thought the thumps came from. There were smudges, dark, greasy marks near the window, about shoulder height, like something oily had touched the wood. They smelled sour. I looked around again for prints, but the ground was too frozen from the night before. I wanted to leave, but I told myself I was being paranoid. I'd rented the place for a full week. Maybe it was just some animal I hadn't seen before. Maybe my mind was playing tricks. I forced myself to stay another night. That was a mistake. That evening, I didn't go for a walk. I didn't light a fire. I stayed in the bedroom with the door locked. I had a small camping hatchet I'd brought with me. I kept it by the bed. At 2:13 a.m., I remember the time exactly. I heard the front door rattle, not like it was in the wind. It rattled like someone was twisting the handle, trying to open it. I froze. I didn't even breathe. The handle kept twisting, slowly, back and forth. Then it stopped. Heavy footsteps moved across the porch. Then a pause. Then a bang on the wall. Then another bang closer to the side window. I gripped the hatchet and waited, staring at the bedroom door. The banging stopped. Minutes passed. I couldn't hear anything now. I stayed there for hours, not moving, until the sky began to lighten. When I finally stepped outside, the prints were back, fresh, deep in the mud. More of them. They circled the cabin. They stopped at every window and the front door. I noticed something else too. One of the small windows by the kitchen had scratch marks around the frame, like someone had tried to pry it open with something sharp. That was it. I packed everything in under 10 minutes. I threw my bags in the car, locked the cabin, and drove off down that dirt road as fast as I could without spinning out. My hands were shaking the whole time. Back in town, I went to a diner with Wi-Fi, pulled out my phone, and checked the area online. I didn't find much, but there were a few old posts on forums, hikers who'd had strange experiences in the same general area. One mentioned hearing breathing outside his tent. Another said they saw someone deep in the woods who didn't speak and followed them for hours, always staying just out of reach. I never went back to that cabin. I never contacted the rental site again. I've never rented anything that remote since. These days, I stick to places with neighbors, phone service, and working locks. Whatever was out there wasn't a ghost. It wasn't some monster or forest spirit. It was a person, a real person, living in those woods far away from anyone, watching, waiting, maybe just curious, or maybe not. But I was alone out there, completely alone, with no way to call for help. If that window had been left unlocked, I think about that sometimes. It was the perfect vacation spot on paper. Quiet, isolated, peaceful. But now, whenever someone tells me they want to get away from it all, I tell them to be careful. I tell them not to go too far, because there are people out there who don't want to be found, and they're more terrifying than anything you'll ever see in a movie. I didn't go out to that cabin in Montana to get scared. I went because I needed space. Space from the noise of the city, space from people, space from my own life, which had started to feel like a loop I couldn't break out of. I'd been working in an office for almost 9 years, living in a tiny apartment surrounded by honking, shouting, and the constant hum of traffic. My phone never stopped buzzing, and even when I put it on silent, the phantom vibrations kept me on edge. I needed something different. I found the listing online. It was buried between all the fancy modern vacation rentals. This one was a simple wooden cabin in a place called Carbon County, surrounded by trees and far from town. There weren't many photos, just one of the outside, which looked old but solid. The owner barely described it, just said it was rustic and good for solitude. That was all I needed. I took a 2-week vacation from work, packed everything I thought I'd need, and made the 11-hour drive. The roads got smaller the deeper I went. 4 lanes became 2, then gravel, then just dirt. My phone lost service about an hour from the cabin, and I kept checking it out of habit, even though I knew there was no signal. By the time I saw the cabin through the trees, the sun was low, and my neck was sore from sitting. It wasn't big. 1 story, a front porch with sagging steps, a chimney made from large stones. The roof looked fine, no visible damage, but moss had started to climb up one side of it. The trees crowded around the back and sides, and the only opening was the short dirt driveway I came in on. There wasn't another cabin, house, or building in sight. Inside, it smelled like old wood and dust. The air was cool. There was 1 large room with a kitchen in the corner, a fireplace near the center, a worn-out couch facing the fireplace, and a bed tucked into the far wall. There was a small bathroom too, with an old toilet and a cracked mirror. No shower, just a pipe coming out of the wall with a knob. The place was wired for electricity, though the lights were yellow and dim. There was a small generator outside, along with a stack of gas cans. The first few days were peaceful. I chopped some wood for the fireplace, read a couple books I brought, and took short hikes around the property. There were trails that twisted between the trees, and I followed a few of them just to get a lay of the land. I found a small creek about a mile away and sat beside it for a while, listening to the water. I slept early and woke up with the sun. The first 3 nights were completely quiet except for the occasional crack of branches or a distant howl, maybe a coyote. But I didn't mind those sounds. They made the woods feel alive. But things started feeling different after the 4th night. It began with the back door. I had locked it the night before, same as I did every night. But when I woke up, it was wide open. The wind was cold in the cabin, and a few leaves had blown in. I told myself I must have forgotten to shut it properly. The latch was a little loose, so maybe the wind pushed it open. That made sense. Still, I wedged a chair under the knob that night. I woke up again around 3 a.m. I didn't know what stirred me, but I was suddenly alert. The room was dark, and the fire had burned down to embers. The air was completely still. I sat up in bed and just listened. Then I heard it, the faintest creak, like weight shifting on the floorboards. It was too slow and soft to be the wind. It came from the other side of the cabin, near the front door. I didn't move for a while. I just stayed there in the bed, staring at the shadows. After a few minutes, I got up, walked slowly to the door, and listened. Nothing. I checked the lock. It was still bolted. The chair was still in place by the back door too. Nothing looked out of place. I went back to bed and eventually fell asleep. In the morning, I noticed something outside. About 20 feet from the porch, in the soft dirt, there were prints. Not shoe prints exactly, but something had disturbed the ground. It looked like someone had been walking in circles. Not a bear or any animal I could think of.
No clothes, no paths.
Just long, dragging impressions. I crouched down to look closer. The tracks led off into the trees. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe an animal I didn't recognize. I didn't sleep great that night, though. I kept the axe I had been using for firewood beside my bed. The next morning, I found something worse. The generator had been moved. It normally sat flush against the side of the cabin. That morning, it was a few feet away, tilted slightly. One of the gas cans was open and lying on its side. It hadn't rained, and there was no wind strong enough to move it. I stood there staring at it for a long time, trying to think of how it could have shifted. It was heavy. That day, I walked the property again. I didn't go too far, just around the cabin, looking for anything unusual. I found more of those prints. They circled the cabin. Some were close to the windows. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed on the couch with the axe, the fire going, and every light on. Around 2 a.m., I heard something again. Branches breaking outside. Not animals. Heavier. Footsteps. I stood up slowly, listening. I went to the window and peeked through the curtain. There was someone, just beyond the edge of the tree line. Not moving. I couldn't see details, just the outline. They stood there, facing the cabin. I stared for maybe a full minute, frozen. Then I ducked back down. I waited.
No footsteps. No knocking.
No sound at all. After about an hour, I finally looked again. The spot was empty. The next morning, I packed. I threw everything back into my bags. I planned to drive back to town. I wasn't going to stay another night. When I got outside, I saw that someone had been on the porch. There were scuff marks in the wood, fresh ones. My doorknob had scratches around it, like someone tried to pick it or pry it open. I looked around again, but nothing moved in the woods. I opened the truck door, threw my bags in, and tried to start it. Nothing. The engine didn't even click. The lights didn't come on. The battery wasn't dead. It was like the whole electrical system was fried. I popped the hood, checked what I could. I don't know much about engines, but even I could see that some of the wires had been cut. Clean cuts, not chewed or frayed. Someone had done it. I was stuck. I went back inside, locked everything, and pushed the couch against the front door. I turned the generator back on and kept the lights on. I kept the axe and a heavy wrench near me. The sun set. Darkness returned. Around midnight, the power died. The generator stopped. I went out with a flashlight and found that it had been tipped again. This time, one of the fuel lines was sliced. A straight cut, deep and deliberate. I backed into the cabin and didn't leave again. I stayed crouched behind the couch with the axe. Around 1 a.m. they came back. I heard them, slow footsteps on the porch, then scraping against the door. Not banging, just testing it. I held my breath. They circled the cabin, knocking softly at different points. I heard something brush against the glass. I stayed silent. Then, after what felt like forever, it stopped. The sun came up. I was alive. The cabin was still intact. That morning, I started walking. I brought a backpack with water and what food I could carry. I left a note pinned to the door in case someone found the cabin later, explaining what happened. I didn't stop to rest until I was miles away. By noon, I reached a dirt road. A passing truck picked me up. Turned out I had walked nearly 11 miles. I didn't look back once. I told the police everything. They found the cabin, the marks, the generator, and the prints. They said they'd never had reports of anything like it in the area. They thought it might have been a squatter or a drifter, but no one was ever caught. I never went back. I sold the truck. I moved out of the city, found a quieter place. Not isolated, but peaceful. I still go hiking sometimes, but never alone, never far. I don't trust the woods the same way anymore. That cabin changed something in me. It reminded me how thin the line is between peace and danger. It showed me how fast the world can shrink down to just you, a locked door, and the sound of footsteps on the other side. And that was real, all of it.
No ghosts, no monsters.
Just someone out there, watching, waiting, and choosing not to leave. I needed to get away. After months of relentless work and the recent end of a long-term relationship, I was mentally and emotionally drained. A friend mentioned a secluded cabin in the northern woods, owned by his uncle who rarely used it. He offered it to me for a week, suggesting the solitude would do me good. Eager for a break, I accepted without hesitation. The drive took nearly 8 hours. As I left the city behind, the roads narrowed, and the landscape transformed into dense forests and rolling hills. Cell service became sporadic, and by the time I reached the gravel path leading to the cabin, I was completely off the grid. The isolation was both unsettling and refreshing. The cabin was modest, a single-story wooden structure with a small porch and a tin roof. Surrounded by towering pines and overlooking a serene lake, it was picturesque. Inside, it was rustic but comfortable. A main room with a fireplace, a kitchenette, a bedroom, and a bathroom. There was no television or internet, just a stack of old books and a radio. I unpacked, lit a fire, and settled in for the night. YouTube, too. The first few days were peaceful. I spent my time reading, hiking, and sitting by the lake. The silence was profound, broken only by the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the calls of birds, and the occasional splash of fish in the water. I felt myself beginning to relax, the stress of my previous life slowly melting away. On the fourth night, I was awakened by a noise outside. It was subtle, a faint crunching of leaves, like footsteps. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and listened. The sound stopped. Assuming it was a deer or some other animal, I tried to go back to sleep. But the next morning, I found footprints around the cabin. They were human. I told myself it was probably a hiker or a hunter passing through. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. I started locking the doors and windows, keeping the firewood inside, and carrying a flashlight and a knife with me at all times. I also began to notice subtle changes. Items slightly moved, a cup not where I left it, the door ajar when I was sure I had closed it. One evening, as I returned from a hike, I found the cabin door wide open. Inside, nothing appeared stolen, but the sense of violation was overwhelming. I decided to leave the next morning. That night, I barely slept, clutching the knife and listening for any sound. At dawn, I packed my belongings and loaded the car. As I turned the key, the engine sputtered but didn't start. I tried again, nothing. Popping the hood, I discovered the battery cables had been cut. Panic set in. I was stranded with no cell service and miles from the nearest town. I decided to hike back to the main road, hoping to flag down a passing car. I left a note on the cabin door explaining the situation, in case someone came by. The hike was arduous, and as the sun set, I realized I wouldn't make it before dark. I set up a makeshift camp and tried to rest. In the middle of the night, I was awakened by the sound of footsteps. Not animal footsteps, human. I held my breath, heart pounding, as the steps grew closer. Then silence. I waited, knife in hand, until dawn. When I emerged from my shelter, I found a piece of paper pinned to a tree nearby. It read, "You shouldn't have come here." Terrified, I abandoned my belongings and ran. I didn't stop until I reached the main road hours later. Eventually, a passing motorist picked me up and took me to the nearest town. I reported the incident to the local authorities, who investigated but found no evidence of foul play. The cabin was empty, my car gone. To this day, I don't know who was in those woods or what they wanted, but I learned a valuable lesson. Sometimes, solitude isn't as peaceful as it seems. It was early November when I decided to take some time off work and spend a week alone at a cabin I found listed online. It was a small, one-bedroom place deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. The photos showed an old wooden structure with a stone fireplace, a front porch, and a view of a lake just a short walk down a slope. The idea was simple. No phones, no internet, no people. I needed the silence. My job in the city had drained me. I worked long hours in a loud office, always surrounded by movement, emails, texts, deadlines. I was losing myself in it all. The drive took nearly 8 hours. The last 2 were down winding roads, with trees growing so close they looked like they were leaning into the car. Leaves were mostly gone by then, just bare branches scratching the sky, and the wind made them creak like old bones. When I finally got to the turnoff, there was no sign, just a gravel path leading into the woods. I followed it slowly, trying not to bottom out on the dips and rocks. I passed no other houses. The cabin sat at the end of the path, just like the photos. Small, weathered with siding, tin roof, and a chimney sticking up at an angle like it had slouched over time. There was a small woodshed, a stacked pile of chopped firewood, and an old outhouse off to the side, even though the listing said there was a working bathroom. I parked next to the porch, turned off the engine, and just sat there for a minute. It was dead silent. The place smelled like pine and cold wood inside. It was colder than I expected. I dropped my duffel bag by the door and walked through the place. One small bedroom with a twin bed, a tiny kitchen with an old gas stove and a mini fridge, a bathroom with rust in the sink, and a main room with the fireplace, an old couch and a rocking chair. There was no TV, just a shelf of old paperbacks and a stack of yellowing magazines. I was alone out there, really alone. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked, brought in some firewood, and made a simple dinner of canned chili. I lit a fire and sat in the rocking chair reading. The silence was strange at first. I kept listening for distant traffic or planes or something, but there was nothing, just the wind. That night, I went to bed early. The wind picked up, rattling the windows. I thought it might snow. Around 2 a.m., I woke up needing to pee. I got up, went to the bathroom, and then stood by the window for a second, looking outside. The moon was full and bright, casting shadows on the ground. The lake shimmered faintly through the trees. Then I saw something. It was a figure, not close, down by the slope toward the lake, just standing there. It looked like a man, tall and still, facing the cabin. I froze. I blinked and looked again. He was gone. My heart thudded in my chest. I stood there for another minute, eyes locked on that spot. Nothing. I went back to bed, heart still pounding, telling myself it was my eyes playing tricks. The next morning, I checked down by the slope. There were no footprints. The ground was still soft in places, so I should have seen something. I walked all the way to the lake and back. Nothing. No sign anyone had been there. I told myself again I imagined it. Maybe the shadows, maybe a tree stump. Maybe I was just on edge. That day, I hiked a bit further into the woods. The trees were dense and the ground was uneven. I found an old path, maybe a deer trail, and followed it for a while. I didn't go far. I didn't want to get lost. I had a GPS, but I didn't trust the battery to last forever. I got back around noon, made some lunch, and spent the afternoon reading and chopping more wood. I didn't want to have to go out at night for firewood. That evening, I cooked some soup on the stove, lit a fire, and sat on the porch wrapped in a blanket. The sun was going down and the air was getting colder. The trees turned black against the red sky. Just before it got dark, I heard movement, footsteps, crunching in the leaves. It wasn't an animal. Too slow, too deliberate. I stood up, peered into the woods. Nothing, but I was sure I heard someone. I stayed out there a while longer, holding the blanket tight, staring into the trees. But I didn't see anything. Eventually, I went inside and locked the door. I pulled the curtains shut. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing things, twigs snapping, soft thuds. Once, I thought I heard something brushing against the side of the cabin. I didn't look, couldn't. By the third day, I was jumpy. I started second-guessing my decision to come alone. But I was still trying to convince myself there was nothing to be afraid of. It was the woods. There were animals. Maybe someone was hunting nearby. Maybe I just wasn't used to this kind of quiet. That morning, I noticed something strange. There were boot prints by the porch steps. I hadn't been out yet, and they weren't mine. They circled the cabin. I followed them around the side, to the back, to the outhouse, and then they disappeared into the woods. My stomach turned. Someone had been there. I locked the door again and sat by the window for hours. I didn't eat. I didn't read. I just watched. Every small sound made me jump. The fire crackling sounded too loud. I started thinking about the nearest neighbor. The listing didn't say. I had no phone signal, no internet. The landline inside was dead. I felt trapped. That night, I kept the fire going and sat in the rocking chair with a flashlight and the hatchet I brought for chopping wood. I barely slept. Every time my eyes closed, I saw someone standing at the window. In the morning, I found another set of boot prints. Fresh. It had rained a little before dawn, and they were clear in the mud. Same pattern. They came close to the porch, then looped around back. I didn't follow them this time. I was too afraid of what I might find. I felt like I was being watched. I decided I couldn't stay another night. I started packing. I loaded my bag, cleaned up the kitchen, and made sure the fire was out. I went out to the car. The tires were slashed. All four. Deep cuts. Clean. Sharp blade. My hands shook. I ran back inside and locked the door. I didn't know what to do. I checked the windows, pulled the curtains tighter, shoved a chair under the doorknob even though it probably wouldn't help. I sat with the hatchet and flashlight again, heart racing. I kept checking the clock. Every sound outside made me jump. It got dark and I lit the fire again. I thought about walking out of there, but it was miles to the main road, and the woods weren't safe. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the fire until it died down, then lay on the couch, half awake, eyes open. I didn't hear anything, not at first. Around 3 a.m., I heard a creak. The porch, a soft thump, then a sound like fingers brushing against the wall. My throat tightened, then nothing. At first light, I opened the door slowly. Nothing on the porch. I walked around, hands shaking. More footprints. Same ones. Same boots. They had been there again. I knew I had to get out. I gathered everything I could carry and started walking. I stayed on the gravel path until it reached the main road. Then I just kept going. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I walked for hours. Finally, a truck came down the road. I waved it down. The driver was an older man, said he lived about 15 miles up. I told him what happened. He didn't say much, just drove me to the nearest town. I called the police from there. When they went back to the cabin, they found the place undisturbed. No signs of forced entry, just the slashed tires. They said it was probably a vagrant or a local messing around. No way to trace the prints. I never got any answers. I never went back. I didn't want the refund. I didn't want to talk to the owner. I just wanted to forget. But I still remember the feeling of being watched, of not being alone. The worst part was not knowing who it was or what they wanted. They didn't take anything. They didn't break in. They just watched. I keep the cabin listing saved on my computer. It's still up, still available to rent. But I'll never go back. I don't even like looking at the pictures. That week changed something in me. I lock every door now. I keep a bat under my bed. And sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, I get up and check the windows, just to be sure. And every time I do, I half expect to see someone standing there watching, waiting, like they followed me home. It was late October when I drove up to the cabin. The weather had already started to shift. Cold mornings, shorter days, and the kind of stillness in the air that told you winter wasn't far off. I'd rented the place online after weeks of feeling burned out at work. I wasn't looking for luxury or entertainment. I wanted solitude, quiet, and a chance to disconnect from the noise of everything back home. The cabin was about 4 hours north of where I lived. A mix of winding back roads and forgotten highways took me deeper into the woods than I expected. My GPS signal cut out about 30 minutes before I arrived, and I relied on printed directions from the owner. It sat by a small and used forest road with barely a path to the front door. It was an old structure, wooden siding, sagging in places, one story with a wraparound porch. There was a narrow chimney along one side, and most of the windows had aged shutters on them. I parked in the clearing beside the house and stepped out of the car. The air was sharp and clean, and the only sound I heard was the wind moving through the trees. No birds, no traffic. I walked up the creaking steps and opened the front door using the key the owner had mailed me. Inside, the place was simple. A single living space with a bed in one corner, a fireplace in the other, a small table with 2 chairs, and a basic kitchen area with an old propane stove and a battered refrigerator. A short hallway led to a small bathroom and a storage room.
No TV, no Wi-Fi, no signal.
Exactly what I wanted. For the first 2 days, everything was perfect. I took long hikes, made coffee in the mornings, read until it got dark, and fell asleep to the sound of the wind outside. I saw no one and heard nothing except for the occasional rustle of leaves or creak of the trees around me. The silence was thick, but by the 3rd night, something started to feel off. It began with a sound. I woke up around 2 a.m. At first, I thought it was an animal, a low scraping or dragging noise. I stayed still in bed and listened. The sound was coming from the back of the cabin, near the wall where the storage room was. I didn't move right away. I wasn't scared yet, just trying to make sense of it. Came again, a little louder, not scratching, but like something rough brushing against the wooden exterior. It stopped after a few minutes. I waited, then finally got up and walked around the cabin, turning on the old lights. Nothing. The windows were dark and still. I didn't see anything outside. I checked the door. Locked. I convinced myself it was probably a branch in the wind or maybe some animal that had wandered close. The next day, I went out for a longer hike to clear my head. I followed a deer trail deeper into the forest, noting fallen logs, old stumps, and the twisted paths of roots that stuck up from the ground. After a while, I came across what looked like an old foundation, just a square of concrete, cracked and broken, hidden under leaves and moss. Nearby, there were rusted metal pieces, maybe from an old shed or small structure. Creeped me out, but I took a few pictures and kept walking. When I got back to the cabin, the first thing I noticed was that the chair by the table had been moved. I had left it tucked in. Now it was turned slightly, as if someone had sat in it and pushed it back. My heart started racing. I checked the front door again, still locked. I looked in every room, opened the bathroom door, and even checked the closet in the storage room. Nothing. I told myself maybe I had bumped the chair when I left. Maybe I forgot. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept the fireplace going, hoping the sound of the crackling would ease my mind. Around midnight I heard it again. This time the sound was slower, less like an animal, more like something being pulled across the floor outside. I didn't move from the bed. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, heart pounding. It went on for maybe 10 minutes, then silence again. In the morning, I checked around the outside of the cabin. I found marks in the dirt. They were faint, like something had been dragged. Not deep, but long, starting from the tree line and ending about 20 feet from the back of the cabin. I followed them a bit, but they just stopped. No sign of what caused them. I looked around for anything, claw marks, footprints, trash. Nothing. The fourth day was cold and gray. I decided to stay close to the cabin. I cleaned up, made soup, and tried to relax with a book. But I kept looking out the windows. Every small noise made me jump. By evening, I was on edge. I locked all the doors again, made sure the fire was strong, and brought one of the kitchen knives to the bedside table. That night was the worst. It started earlier, maybe around 10:30 p.m. This time, the noise came from the front. A thudding, soft at first, then more deliberate, like something was being dropped against the porch. I didn't look out, couldn't. Then came the slow steps. Not fast, not heavy, just a slow shuffle of weight on old wooden boards. I knew exactly where each step landed on that porch because I had walked it so many times. Whatever it was moving toward the front door. I sat up in bed, holding the knife, breathing as quietly as I could. Then the sound stopped.
No knock.
No door handle, just silence. I waited. I don't know for how long. Maybe an hour, maybe 2. I didn't sleep. When the sun finally rose, I checked the porch. There was nothing there.
No marks.
No damage. No signs of anything. But the fear stuck with me, settled in my chest like a weight. I knew I had to leave. I packed everything quickly, kept the knife with me, and loaded the car. Just as I was about to get in, I heard something behind the cabin. A rustle, a shuffle. I didn't look. I started the engine and drove. The drive back felt longer than it should have. My hands were tight on the wheel, and I didn't stop until I was back on the main highway. Even then, I kept checking the rearview mirror. When I got home, I tried to explain it to myself. Maybe it was animals. Maybe it was my imagination, stress, isolation. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I sent an email to the cabin owner, thanking them but saying I wouldn't be coming back. I didn't mention anything about what happened. I didn't want to seem crazy. A week later, I looked up the property online again. It was no longer listed. The page was gone. I don't know what was out there or who. I just know I wasn't alone, and I won't ever go back. It started with a long drive, the kind that numbs your legs and makes your back ache. I had taken the week off work and decided to head into the woods for a solo trip. Not for peace, really, more like escape. My head had been a mess for months, and I thought being away from everything and everyone might help me sort things out. No cell signal, no work emails, just me and the trees. I rented a cabin deep in the northern part of the state, far from the usual campgrounds and RV parks. This one was tucked way back off a gravel road that branched off another gravel road. Took me nearly 5 hours to get there. I only saw one other person during the drive. A guy on an ATV pulling a trailer of firewood, and he just nodded as he passed. The cabin was older but solid. One of those boxy single-story places with a wide front porch, a tin roof, and dark brown wood siding. It had one bedroom, a tiny bathroom, and a living room with a wood stove and a little kitchen area tucked in the back. Nothing fancy. There was a generator out back for power and a propane tank next to the porch for heat and cooking. The nearest town was nearly 20 miles away. I unpacked, put my food in the little fridge, and opened all the windows. The air smelled sharp, like pine needles and cold dirt. The trees were just starting to bud, but the forest floor was still mostly dead leaves from last fall. I sat on the porch that first evening, drinking a beer and staring into the woods. It was quiet, not silent. There were birds and wind and little rustling things in the brush, but no traffic, no planes, no people talking, just quiet. That night, I had a hard time sleeping. I figured it was just the new place. Everything creaked. The wind scraped branches against the roof. At one point, something thumped against the side of the cabin. Probably a pine cone or squirrel. Still, I kept thinking about that noise. It was just one loud bump, then nothing. It didn't repeat, just enough to keep me on edge. I left the small porch light on all night, even though it didn't shine far. In the morning, I made coffee on the propane stove and sat on the porch again. I watched the light crawl slowly across the trees. It was peaceful. I walked a little trail behind the cabin later that morning, maybe half a mile in, and saw deer tracks and what I thought were raccoon prints. I didn't go too far. I didn't bring a GPS, and I didn't want to get turned around. The second night was when things got strange. I woke up sometime around midnight. It was pitch black. I'm talking can't see your own hand black. The generator had shut off. I'd forgotten it was on a timer. No big deal. I got up, grabbed a flashlight, and stepped out back to reset it. The air was colder than I expected. My breath came out in clouds. I could hear the forest again, and it sounded different, like it was holding its breath. I restarted the generator and headed back inside. Just before I closed the door, I heard something. A dry crunch, like a footstep in dead leaves. I paused, listened. Nothing. I told myself it was a deer or some other animal and went back to bed. Around 3 a.m., I heard it again. A single crunch. Closer. This time it sounded like it came from the side of the cabin, near the bedroom wall. I didn't move. I lay in bed with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling. I didn't even breathe hard, just listened. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Nothing more. I finally drifted off. The next day, I walked around the cabin. I didn't find tracks. The leaves were disturbed in a few places, but that didn't tell me much. There were no boot prints or claw marks or anything I could identify. Still, I felt watched, like something had been near me. I brushed it off. I told myself it was just nerves. That afternoon, I went farther down the trail. I found a second trail branching off and followed it a little ways. It led to a shallow creek with flat stones and thick brush on either side. It felt different down there, darker. I didn't stay long. As I turned to go back, I had this moment, just a split second, where I thought I saw movement behind a tree about 20 yards off. I froze, waited, nothing. I stared at that spot for what felt like forever, but nothing moved again. When I got back to the cabin, I kept checking over my shoulder. I couldn't shake the feeling. That night, I brought the generator inside. It was loud, but I figured it was better than walking outside in the dark again. I shut all the windows and locked the doors. I even pushed a small dresser in front of the back door, just to be sure. I know how that sounds, but I couldn't help it. I was getting spooked. I fell asleep with the flashlight next to me. At some point, the generator sputtered and went out. I shot up, heart pounding. I grabbed the flashlight and turned it on. The beam lit up the ceiling, then the walls. Nothing. I sat up, listening. The wind had picked up. The trees were rustling loud against each other. I stood, walked to the window, and looked out. For just a moment, just a blink, I thought I saw a figure between the trees. Not moving, just standing. I blinked and it was gone. I stayed at the window, staring, but the darkness didn't give me anything else. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I decided to leave early. I packed up quick. Something didn't feel right. I was tossing the last of my stuff into the car when I noticed something nailed to a tree about 50 yards from the porch. It hadn't been there before. A rough piece of plywood, nailed crooked, with something written in red paint. I walked out far enough to read it. "Keep out." That was it. Just those words. Sloppy and uneven, but clear. And the paint was still tacky. Whoever put that up had done it in the last few hours. I didn't stick around to wonder who or why. I got in the car and left. Drove straight back to the highway without stopping. My heart didn't slow down until I saw the first gas station an hour later. I never reported it. I didn't call the rental office or the sheriff. I just went home, shut the door, and tried to forget the whole thing. It took weeks before I stopped checking my backyard at night. Looking back, I don't think it was some monster or forest spirit. I think it was a person. Maybe someone who lived out there. Maybe someone who didn't like outsiders. Someone who watched me the whole time. Who moved through the woods at night. Who wanted me to know I wasn't welcome. And I got the message. I've never been back to that area. I still camp sometimes, but never alone. And never that deep in the woods. That cabin felt like it was trying to push me out the whole time. And maybe it was. Maybe I was never supposed to be there in the first place. I made it out and I'm not going back. I decided to rent a cabin in northern Minnesota for a week in October. I was burned out from work, needed time away from people, and wanted to enjoy some cold, quiet mornings with nothing but trees and wind. I found a small, off-the-grid place that ran on a generator and had no Wi-Fi or cell service. It was about 10 miles from the nearest paved road and 20 from the closest town. It sat right on the edge of a lake, half hidden by pine trees, with a fire pit out back and a little wooden dock stretching out into the still water. I packed enough food for the week, mostly dry goods and frozen stuff in a cooler. I brought a shotgun just in case of bears or wolves. The guy I rented the place from warned me the area had a lot of wildlife, and the last renter had seen a black bear near the fire pit. He also said sometimes hikers wandered close, even though there weren't any marked trails nearby. It didn't bother me. I wasn't going up there to socialize. The drive was long, almost 9 hours with stops, and the last hour was rough gravel and dirt roads. I got in late afternoon. The cabin was exactly as it looked online. Small but sturdy, old wood but no rot. Inside, there was a wood stove, a small bed, a basic kitchen, and a table with 2 chairs. The generator was out back in a wooden shed and had enough gas for the week if I used it carefully. I unpacked and got the fire going in the stove. That night, I sat out by the fire pit with a jacket and a hot drink, listening to the water lap against the dock. It felt good to be out there. The first few days went by easy. I cooked simple meals, chopped wood, went on short hikes during the day, and spent my evenings reading or just sitting outside. I didn't see anyone else, not a single person or vehicle. No planes overhead either, just trees, sky, and the occasional loon on the lake. It was perfect. On the third night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to a strange sound. It wasn't loud, but it wasn't natural either. It was like a soft scraping, maybe metal on wood. I sat up in bed and listened. Came again, slower this time, and from outside the front of the cabin. I thought maybe it was an animal, so I got up quietly, grabbed the shotgun, and looked through the small window by the door. Nothing. I stood there for a while but didn't hear it again. The next morning, I checked outside. There were faint marks on the front porch, like someone had dragged something across it. Not deep enough for a sled or anything heavy, more like a stick or a pipe. It wasn't a big deal, but I kept the shotgun closer after that. I also started locking the cabin door, even though the place felt safe. The fourth night was worse. I stayed up later than usual, just enjoying the fire outside, and didn't go in until nearly midnight. When I turned off the generator, the silence hit hard. No hum, no wind, just complete stillness. I lay in bed with the fire in the stove dying down and tried to sleep, but something felt off, like someone was out there watching. I told myself it was just the dark playing tricks, but I barely slept. That morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. I found a set of footprints near the tree-line. They weren't mine. They were longer and narrower and went along the edge of the clearing, behind the cabin, toward the lake. I followed them until they vanished into the leaves and pine needles. No sign of where they came from or went. I didn't like that. I kept the shotgun loaded and by my bed after that. I also slept with the lantern on even though it used fuel. I started marking a line in the dirt in front of the cabin each night to see if it was disturbed. I also made a habit of checking every window and door lock twice before bed. On the 5th night, I woke up again around 3 a.m. The line in the dirt had been disturbed. I checked right away. There were fresh prints. They went up to the front steps, paused, then turned back. Nothing was missing, and the door hadn't been touched. I stood out there for a long time, holding the shotgun, staring into the dark trees. I didn't see anything move, but I knew something was out there. I was supposed to stay 2 more nights, but I started packing that morning. I figured I'd leave early the next day. I didn't want to drive tired, and I thought 1 more night might be fine if I kept alert. That afternoon, I walked to the lake with my binoculars. I liked sitting out there and looking across the water. The trees across the lake were thick, but you could see small clearings. I scanned the far shore and froze. There was something there, a small shape, It wasn't moving, but it didn't look like a stump or a rock either. It looked like someone crouched low. I kept watching. After about 2 minutes, it slowly stood up and walked into the trees. I couldn't make out details, but it was a person. Not a bear, not a trick of the light. Someone had been watching me from the far side of the lake. I went back to the cabin fast, locked the door, and didn't leave again. I shut off the generator early and didn't light the fire in the stove, hoping no light would help me stay hidden. I stayed in bed with the shotgun, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps outside, slow ones, circling the cabin. Then something brushed the wall. Then silence. Then a knock, soft but clear, on the back wall. I didn't move. I kept the gun pointed at the door, breathing through my nose to stay quiet. I sat like that until dawn. When the light came in, I finally opened the door. There were muddy footprints all around the cabin, some just a few feet from the window. But nothing was stolen. Nothing was broken. I left within the hour. I didn't eat, didn't shower, just loaded up and drove. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I hit the paved road. I got to a gas station and called the rental owner. I told him someone had been sneaking around the cabin. He didn't sound surprised. He just said he'd check it out. When I got home, I looked up that area. There were reports going back years of missing hikers and strange activity. Nothing conclusive.
No arrests.
Just stories. I still think about that last night. I wonder what would have happened if I had gone outside, if I had called out, if I had stayed one more night. I've never gone back, and I never will. That place wasn't haunted, but someone was out there watching, waiting. I don't know what they wanted, and I don't want to find out. Now when I take time off, I go places with neighbors, with people, with cell service. I still like the quiet, but I don't trust it anymore. That week changed something in me. It made me realize not every danger makes noise or shows its face. Some just wait in the woods watching. I was 35 when I finally took a week off to go up north to a remote cabin by myself. I've been working straight through the last 2 years without a proper break. Just weekend trips and late nights with half a mind still on emails. I felt burned out, totally spent, and I knew if I didn't take some time to decompress, I'd crack. I didn't want to go anywhere popular, anywhere that had a cell tower nearby. I wanted silence, space, and something real. That's how I ended up renting a cabin in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, about 10 miles from the nearest paved road and maybe 20 from any town. It was late October when I got there. Cold had already settled in up that far, and the trees were bare, their twisted branches clawing at the sky like skeleton fingers. The dirt road leading to the cabin was barely wide enough for my car, and it was covered in leaves and potholes. There were no signs, no markings, just GPS telling me I was close. When I saw the break in the trees and the roofline of the cabin, it didn't feel like a welcome sight. It felt like I was leaving the world behind. The cabin itself was small and plain, just 4 walls of aging wood, a green metal roof, and a single chimney on one side. The porch sagged a little, and the door stuck when I first opened it, but it had everything I needed. A wood stove in the corner, a cot and a thin mattress, a table, some shelves, a propane stove, and a few pots and pans. There was no electricity, just a couple of lanterns and a stack of batteries on the shelf. A jug of water had been left for me on the counter. The outhouse was maybe 30 feet behind the cabin, half hidden behind the slope of a small hill. The first day passed quietly. I unloaded my gear, stacked the firewood I'd brought, and tried to get a fire going in the stove. It took me longer than I'd expected, but I eventually got it burning. I sat on the cot that night with my sleeping bag wrapped around me, reading an old paperback I'd brought. Outside, the wind hissed through the trees like distant whispers. I didn't sleep much that first night. Every sound was sharper in the silence. The creak of the cabin walls, the rustle of dry leaves outside, the occasional crack of a branch falling. I kept telling myself I wasn't used to the silence, that I'd be fine after a night or two. On the second day, I went for a walk around the area. There wasn't a trail, so I made my way through the trees, stepping over branches and pushing through thick patches of underbrush. I found a creek about half a mile from the cabin and sat there for a while, just watching the water move over the rocks. It felt good to be away from screens and phones. I sat there for maybe an hour before heading back. That's when I noticed something strange. There were 2 sets of boot prints in the mud near the creek. One was mine, and the other one was older, slightly deeper, heading in the direction of the cabin. I froze for a second. Maybe it was someone who had come through a day or 2 before. A hunter, maybe. That seemed likely. But there were no tire tracks on the road. I told myself it didn't mean anything. Still, I kept looking over my shoulder as I made my way back. That night, the fire burned low, and I woke up around 3 in the morning, freezing. I had to get up to add more wood. As I bent down in front of the stove, I heard something crunch outside. It wasn't an animal. It sounded like a footstep, then another. I stopped moving. The stove ticked and hissed behind me, but I was frozen, crouched low. The footsteps moved along the side of the cabin, then stopped. I didn't breathe. After what felt like forever, I grabbed the axe from next to the stove and crept toward the door. I didn't open it. I just stood there listening. Nothing, just the wind. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. There were marks in the leaves that could have been anything. I tried to convince myself it was an animal, maybe a deer. They made weird sounds sometimes, but the prints were too straight, too steady. It had to be someone walking. I didn't leave the cabin that day. I kept the axe near me and left the fire burning hot. Around dusk, I finally stepped out to use the outhouse. The cold air hit me hard. As I walked back toward the cabin, I noticed something else. There were fresh marks in the dirt, boot prints again, heading from the trees to the back of the cabin. I hadn't seen them earlier. My chest tightened. I stayed up that night with the axe in my lap. I didn't even pretend to sleep. I watched the door, the windows, the shadows. The lantern burned low, flickering every few minutes. Every creak felt louder. Every gust of wind felt like it might carry a voice. But nothing came. No knock, no sound. Just hours of staring into the dark. By the 5th day, I was cracked. My hands shook, my eyes stung, and I couldn't eat. I'd only slept for short bursts, and every noise had me clutching the axe like it was part of me. I had 1 bar of signal on my phone if I stood on a chair and held it near the ceiling. I thought about calling someone, but what would I say? I was scared in a cabin? There was nothing clear to report. No break-in, no threats. Just footsteps and prints and a growing feeling that I wasn't alone. I packed up that morning, but I didn't leave. Something told me not to drive that day. I couldn't explain it. I just felt like something was wrong. Instead, I moved all my gear inside the cabin and blocked the door with the table. I kept the fire hot and listened. That night, it happened. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they didn't stop at the side of the cabin. They moved around the front, past the porch, then circled to the back. I heard a knock, not at the door, at the wall. Just 1 knock, then silence. I didn't move. I sat there with the axe, breathing shallow. Another knock, this time on the window. Just a single, slow knock. I couldn't take it anymore. I shouted. Just a loud noise, not even words. I slammed the axe against the wall and roared like I was trying to scare off a bear. Silence. After maybe 10 minutes, I crept toward the door, pulled the table aside, and opened it just a crack. Nothing, just trees and dark. But I saw something in the dirt. A mark. Something had been dragged. Not heavy, just enough to leave a thin, curving line leading off into the woods. I didn't follow it. I closed the door, shoved the table back, and sat with my back to the wall. I stayed awake until the sky lightened. I left that morning. I didn't care what time it was. I grabbed my bag, left the fire burning, and ran to the car. I didn't look back until I hit pavement. Even then, I barely glanced at the rear view. Back home, I didn't talk about it. Not for a while, but I kept thinking about it. The prints, the knocks, the dragging line. I don't know what it was. I'll never know. But I do know this. I wasn't alone in those woods. And whatever was out there, it wasn't trying to talk. It was just trying to let me know it was there. I never went back to that cabin. I haven't camped alone since. The silence I once craved now feels like a threat. And every now and then, when I'm walking alone or sitting by myself, I hear a knock. Just one. No reason, no pattern, just enough to make me look over my shoulder. But I'm still here, and I'm never going that far off the grid again. Not because I'm scared of what I saw, but because I'll never forget how it felt to know I was being watched, and how easy it was for someone to find me when I thought I was completely alone.